have the centre bit as black and then the sleeves as a different colour, and it almost looks like you've got a little jacket on there. But clever design, like it. So the other size, there you go, exactly the same, different model this time though. And again, you've got the same style there that we've just been talking about. Again, 6 through to size 20, and again, dropping down to just £11. Now, these are fabulous prices. Confident beginner again. Brilliant prices. This last one, though, this is a classic style as well. Oh, sorry, it was a bit quick. Oh, too late. I've got to give you something to look at, so let's just pop that there for a moment. Once you've got a good array of patterns in your stash, you'll find that you've got a capsule wardrobe. And that's the key thing. Once you've got a pattern that you're confident with, that you're comfortable with, then you will find yourself doing it in all sorts of different styles. And you'll adapt it as well. So this one, it's a nice length to it, but you might think, well, do you know what? I'm going to make it above my knee. Well, you can do that. As you gain your confidence, that's exactly what you will do. Now, with this one, it has got 2 lengths already in it. So a nice one to use with things like your weightier fabrics. And again, it's got that very flattering drape across the bust.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. Just having a slurp of my tea there. How are you? How was Christmas? It's all going here at Sewing Street today. We've got such a lovely day ahead. We're going to jump straight in, as we always do, with our early bird. Oh, it's a little bit lovely, this. It's a little bit lovely. Here's our early bird. It is a patchwork heart template set. So it makes this gorgeous heart block. I'm going to move this over. I'm going to show you how easy it is to make. So I've got my pieces all cut out. How gorgeous is this going to be, all sewn together? It's a great set. So you get 2 different templates. Quite difficult to see, actually. So you've got your big half rectangle, and then you've got a sort of trapezoid shape, but it also cuts out a triangle shape as well. And the block actually is 9-inch finished block. Would be a really nice scrappy block. It would also be terrific to use maybe like your layer cake squares or scraps, fat quarters, that kind of thing. Now it should be $18.99, but we're going to do a fantastic crash on this. Are you ready? Not $18.99 at all, $9.99, under £10 for that. Now let me show you how much fun it is to make. So what you're going to do is, you're going to use your half rectangle to cut out your pairs. And the easiest way to do this is to do it with folded fabric. You can rotary cut around all of these templates. So you get a right and a left. And you do the same with your background, a right and a left. Okay, so this creates our bottom row. The centre of the heart is just a rectangle, easy peasy. And then you've got these 2 trapezoid shapes that you use the second template for. That's easy enough to cut around. And then all you'll do to cut your triangles is to pop this onto a strip, and you can cut the triangles here. Now at the moment you can see it's a bit overhanging at the top, but we'll sort that out in just a second. Julianne's message, she says, good morning, Stuart. And team, good morning, my love. Good morning. Let's sew this bottom seam first of all. I'm just going to move Carlton out the way. Look, this was a gorgeous Christmas present from Abigail. Abigail, you absolutely made my day. And it's National Abigail Day today, would you believe? Hi, Stuart and all. Season's greetings and a happy new year to all. Love, B. Oh, that's lovely. Thanks, Bernadette. That's really gorgeous. Thank you. Oh, and cats as well. I also got this lovely mug from Steph. Thank you so much. Had a lovely cup of tea in that this morning. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by sewing the half rectangles. So I'm going to pop this together, okay, and sew a 1/4 of an inch seam. So it's 1/4 of an inch seams throughout. I'm going to get the specs on. Here we go. There's our first one. I'm going to press my seam allowances open on this, just to distribute the bulk, just finger pressing at this stage. So that's one side. You can see, super easy to sew. You're literally just flipping right sides together. You don't have to start offsetting anything. They fit together. They fit together. But the interesting thing with half rectangles is you can't just cut a rectangle in half diagonally and then make them in pairs. It just doesn't work like that. I don't know why. A message. Hi, Stuart and all. It's my birthday today, so I'm enjoying a good start to my day. Yvette, happy birthday, my love. Happy birthday. A Twixtmas birthday. My dad's was the 20th of December. My brother's was the 29th. So it was a little bit awkward, isn't it, having a birthday very close to Christmas? Right, so I've made those two. And what I'm going to do now is sew them together. So right sides together and just line up either end. Having the seam allowances pressed open does make this job a bit easier. $9.99 today, by the way, instead of $18.99. Should have been $18.99. Really, really great scrap block this. You could do all sorts of different hearts. You could use a layer cake plus background fabric. That would be gorgeous. So I'm pressing that seam open. And you can see now you've got the bottom edge of your heart and you've got your seam allowance as well. Now, obviously, you could go in there with a pair of scissors and clip those dog ears off. Let's sew the rectangle on now. And even though that rectangle looked absolutely huge to start with, it now fits perfectly. The trick to getting everything to fit nicely is to make sure you press your fabrics before you start, cut accurately, and also sew with an accurate 1/4 inch seam. If you do all of those things, everything will fit together as it's supposed to. Caroline's got in touch. She says, Happy New Year to all at Sewing Street. New beginnings here in our household. My son and his lovely partner move into their new home today. Ah, Caroline, that's wonderful. Ah, well, I hope everything goes well for the move. I remember many, many years ago when I lived in Norfolk, moving into my new house on New Year's Eve. And everybody thought that we were mad to do that on New Year's Eve. But we thought, what a lovely day to start, you know, living in a new house. The only downside was that when we tried to get the cooker connected up, the chap who came said, oh, no, you need an elephant-nosed something or other attachment for that. Like, oh, and he said, I'll have to get that part in. I said, how long will it take? A week. A week. So I was without my cooker for a week, which wasn't great. Okay, so I've done the bottom half. See how easy this is? It's really coming together quickly. So now I'm going to sew the top row together. And that is literally just sewing this together into a row. Right. I'm just going to move this up. So you've got there we go. I want to hear about everyone's Christmas, by the way. What you did, where you went, what you ate. Favourite gift, maybe. Your favourite gift? Well, I had a beautiful brown leather rucksack from Charlie, which is gorgeous, which is going to be my new go-to bag. It sounds awful, doesn't it? Because I do love making bags, but I also love bought bags as well. Right, let's sew this one together now as well. So you're just sewing all of these pieces into a row, just offsetting your triangles. And at the moment, I'm just letting these go naturally one way or another. One final good press at the end will do. If you finger press as you go, there we go. Right, so I've got all of my top elements in a row. You can see it's too long at the moment, but that's absolutely fine. What I'm going to do is find the centre of my heart block, pop a little crease. I've also got the centre point here, line those up. Now at home I'd be grabbing for a pin, but today I'm being a little bit, you know, slapdash, risque. Well, you know, sometimes you've just got to feel the fear and do it anyway, am I right? Now, as I say, it's National Abigail Day today, so if your name is Abigail, today is your day. It's also National Fruitcake Day. Do you know, Charlie and I have been so conservative with our Christmas cake eating. Normally, we've already got through one. I always have to make 2 Christmas cakes. We've normally got through one, and we're making a start. I'll be back. We're making a start on the second, but we're only halfway through the first one at the moment. Who knew? Hello, gorgeous Stuart. Thank you. Happy New Year. Thank you for 2024, full of giggles and inspiration. More to come in 2025. Love seeing you on Sewing Street. Oh, Annette, that is so kind of you. Thank you, my love. Yes, I'm looking forward to 2025 too, very much. I think a new year is a great time to, you know, start something new, try something different. I don't know, even if we carry on just as before, it's always nice to have just that sort of, I don't know, an attitude of renewal and freshness and all of that, you know. Right, so there's my heart put together. Now, literally, all you do to finish this off is to grab your, if you've got a square ruler, brilliant, and you're going to square the whole thing up to 9.5 inches. So I'm just going to lay that on top there. Grab my... So you're just basically trimming any dog ears, hello, any dog ears off. And also, you know, this table is too high. It's too high. Just trim these sides off. There we go. And look, there is my fabulous heart block. How cool is that? $9.99 for a brand new template set. I think that's really cool. You get full instructions, of course, on the back of the packet. Should be $18.99. Yours for $9.99. Really fun. They do actually suggest, look on the front, using it as the front of a little bag, which is fun. And remember, these are rotary cutting templates. They're 1/8 of an inch thick, just like your rotary cutting ruler and your stripologies and things like that. So really useful. Really useful. This is a really nice block, actually, if you want to make something like a group quilt or a charity quilt or a quilt for somebody who isn't very well, perhaps, who needs a little bit of a boost. Lots of messages to read as well. Oh, glasses are on, they're off. Claire from Bristol says, morning, Stuart. Happy Twixtmas. I was poorly over Christmas, so my lovely twins took over in the kitchen. I was well looked after. Oh, Claire, well, I'm sorry you weren't very well, but I'm glad the twins stepped up and did all the cooking. That's lovely. Caroline, whose son's moving out, says, Christmas dinner, full Monty, best Prezi. The mini cutie quilty frame from, I thought the full Monty was the best Christmas present. I was like, pardon? The mini cutie quilting frame from Sewing Street. I have designed my new sewing room as they move out. I knew it, Carolyn. I knew it. I knew it. There's no way back. It's now a sewing room. Half the stock's gone. If you want to grab that, do be quick, won't you? Steph says, morning, Stuart, loving the plaid. Thank you, my darling, and loving the mug too. Thank you so much for that. Wendy in Bristol says, good morning, Stuart. Hope you and Charlie had a lovely Christmas. We did, thank you. It was wonderful. We spent lots of time with loads of lovely friends. It's such a good time. We barely had to do anything, which was really nice, and played lots of fun games. It was great. Jan says, morning, Stuart and all. I had a lovely surprise present from my husband, an antique gold thimble. How lovely. What a thoughtful gift. Gillian says, morning, Stuart. Morning, love. Anne says, good morning, lovely Stuart. Patricia says, morning, Stuart. Lovely from Blackpool. Have a great new year. You too, my love. You too. I think 2025 is going to be a fabulous year. I've got a feeling. Full of love. Full of love. Over half the stock's gone. Check out your baskets, won't you? Right, let's launch into our menu. Let's see what the day has in store for all of us. Okay, so 8 a.m. we have got deals on bulk buys. At 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan is here with the Riley Blake, Jane Austen, Mansfield House quilt. Look at this beautiful, beautiful quilt. It's 60.5 inches square. I love the design. Those borders are magnificent, and that sort of rose-covered entrance gate to Mansfield Park. How beautiful is that? Really, really lovely. That's coming up at 9 o'clock with Susie Duncan. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got quilting tools, an hour of quilting tools. I'm going to give you a quick heads up as well. We have got the remaining stock. Did you see the number of fingers? I've got 3 mega bundles of the Kaffe Fassett / William Morris collab mega bundle left. I've got that in the 10 o'clock. We can't make any more bundles because some of the fabrics have sold out on their own. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, have a look on the website. It's a collaboration. Well, I don't think William Morris had anything to do with it, to be fair, because, well, it's his fabrics, but Kaffe Fassett has recoloured them in his inimitable style. So it's really rather exciting. They launched on Christmas Day. We've got 3 mug bundles left. So if you want to hop on the website and have a look at those, they are awesome. Right, at 11 o'clock, Susie Duncan is back with 2 different bags. She's got the 3-striped tote bag. This is rather lovely and capacious, using Mansfield Park. Or we've also got her book bag. Susie's a very keen reader, and this is a book bag which has little books pieced into it, but also pockets for your books. If you want to get going on that, like, immediately, we've got digital downloads on those patterns, so you could be sewing before the end of the day. And then at 12 o'clock, talking of sewing, I've got an hour of sewing machines. I will be featuring one of my absolute favourite machines, the Brother FS250. And if you missed out at Christmas for your Christmas present, you didn't get the Brother FS250, but you want it, I've got your back covered. I've got your back covered. I've got the most fabulous price. I've got the most fabulous deal on the Brother FS 250. So stick around for 12 o'clock and I'll give you a tour of that. Right, let's get straight into this. Right, so bulk deals this hour. We're going to start off with Best Press, and this is the scent-free Best Press. Now, what you're getting here for $33.98 is you're getting the regular 499ml bottle with trigger, but you're also getting your full litre. This is a litre, right? 999.59. So close. Refill. So this will fill this twice. So 3 lots, basically. $33.98? I don't think so. I don't think so. We are dropping the price. You're saving $6.98, $26.98 for that. Now, that's a brilliant price because if we can just divide $26.98, please, Hannah. If we can divide $26.98 by 3, please. And that tells us what we're paying basically per bottle. $8.99 per bottle. That's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Just readjusting my cord, my lead, my wires. My wire was popping out. This is the scent-free. This is the scent-free. I'm trying to turn it around. So there we go. There we go. I've had 8 days off and I've forgotten what to do. Ah, brilliant. This is great if you don't like smelly things, you know. I mean, personally, I do, but this is great, scent-free, but it still has all the great properties of Best Press. So it's a clear starch and sizing alternative. You're saving 20% on the price. Just shy of £7. This is the kind of stuff, I mean, we all love it here at Sewing Street. It's great for prepping your fabrics, particularly for patchwork quilting and also dressmaking, when you're doing things like collars, cuffs, button plackets, where you want a really firm press. It's great when you're doing that final press of your block. Give it a spritz, give it a press, you'll have lovely flat blocks. Now, I've only got 14 of these left. Let's move on. A scented one this time. Lavender. Lavender. Okay. Now, the squirty is missing off my sample here, but it has the squirty. You do get your squirty, your pump. Again, saving just shy of £7, $26.98 for your just almost a litre refill plus your almost half a litre bottle. 20% saving. This is one of those good kind of basic must-haves. We never want to run out of this. Absolutely perfect for prepping your fabrics. And what it does is it makes the fabric firmer, easier to cut, easier to sew. It also means that things like bias edges are less likely to stretch. This one has that gorgeous, there'll be a cap on here, won't they? That gorgeous lavender field scent. So if you like that lovely, light, fresh smell, absolutely gorgeous. Is sizing, it says sizing alternative. If you're not sure what that is, sizing is the kind of stuff that gets put into fabric that gives it sort of its handle. It makes it feel firm, especially when you buy new fabric. It tends to feel a bit sort of crisper. Now, if you pre-wash your fabric, you wash that sizing away, so it'll be soft and floppy again. So Best Press is great to put on your fabric to restore that firmness. But also, lots of us who don't pre-wash our fabric like to use this too. It makes the fabric extra firm. It means that when you're cutting it, it doesn't shift and move around. It's easier to work with. And when you sew, again, your fabric is just easier to handle. 26.98 for those. And then last of all, I have the linen fresh. This one's my favourite out of the best press. We're going to match the price, 20% off. Brilliant stuff. You get your trigger, single figures on this bundle. We've done as many as we can, but this is a time to stock up. This is the time to stock up. We have a few bits and bobs individually, but for this bundle, we have very, very few. We can't make any more. Love the fact that it's aerosol free and more in baskets than we've got available. If you want the linen fresh, be quick on that one, won't you? It's just a lovely fresh smell. Of course, you can use it as well for things like your clothes ironing, and then it gives them a lovely sort of crispness. Gorgeous. Right, now, next up, talking of essentials, my goodness, where would we be without our Sewline glue pen and refills? Now, what you're getting here is you're getting your pen, okay, which you put your refills into. You get a glue in there plus one refill, but then you also get 12 extra refills. Now, normally we might sell it like this, usually just like this, but sometimes with one pack of refills. 2 packs of refills. This is probably a year's worth for £17.97. You're saving £5. You're saving £5 on that price. Should be paying £22.97. You're getting all of that for £17.97, which is fabulous. This is a great time, actually, just before the start of the new year. Get stocked up, because now that Christmas is over and done with, maybe you're still in the thick of it, but I'm already starting to think of New Year projects. So this is a fantastic time to make sure you've got all of your kit and caboodle ready. You don't want to run out of the basics. I should be stocking up on friction pens while I'm here, because I can't sew without them these days. Love them. So grab your Sewline fabric glue pen. It goes on coloured and dries clear. The packaging's changed for the pen. It's a slightly different packaging, but it's the same pen we know and love. Normally you'd pay £6.99 for the pen with one refill, £7.99 per refill pack. Really, really good price on this. You are saving £5. Sandra's message, she spent Christmas with her new kitty. We went to see some friends. They've just got Norwegian forest cat kittens called Dylan and Daisy, and they are beautiful, but they are already the size of fully grown normal cats and so heavy, so heavy. The Linen Fresh Best Press has sold out. Well done if you got that. You can still get Scent Free or the Lavender Fields. Now, half the stock of this bundle is in baskets. Fab. Grab those while you can. Such a good buy. Such a good buy. Morning to Claire, by the way. She says, morning, Stuart and all. Gorgeous. Oh, Hilary. Morning, my lovely. Morning. So lovely to have everyone's company today. If this is your first time back watching Sewing Street since Christmas, welcome back. Welcome back. I know this is awful, but I'm already thinking, is it too soon to take the Christmas tree down? I want the house back. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I like the fact that I don't have to dust, but equally, I want the space back now so I can get quilt making. Right, another essential, 505 quilt basting spray. Now, this is for 2 cans. Each of the cans has 250 mils. £15.98, that price is dropping. You're saving £3, £12.98. That means you're paying £6.49 per can. That's fabulous. You'd normally be paying, what, £7.99 a can? Yeah, so useful. If you haven't used this before, it's a temporary spray adhesive, particularly useful for holding your layers together when you're making a quilt. Your top, your wadding, your backing. But you can also use it for things like bag making and purse making. It's also really, really useful for attaching things like interfacings or foam. Now, price comparison, 1 can on the Long River, I beg your pardon, £9.80. £9.80. Ours, £6.49. That's a big price difference. Remember, you're getting 2 cans for £12.98. Rather fabulous. This is my go-to. Again, this is one of my hero products. I have always got 505 in my studio, and if I haven't, my goodness me, there are tears. Emma from West Yorkshire says, morning, Stuart and team. Belated Merry Christmas, and to you, my love. I'm also looking ahead to New Year projects, stocking up on essentials, including best press. You do right, Emma, you do right. It's a good time to get those basics in stock, because the fabric comes and goes, and that's all a matter of personal taste. But your basics like your 505, your best press, needles, pins, things like that, we all need. Brilliant. That's your 505. Now, I've got, next thing up, rather a gorgeous little treat, this. This is the Kelmscott by Kaffe Fassett thread set from Orifilm. Now, this launched on Christmas Day. This is part of the collaboration of Kaffe and William Morris. So William Morris Kelmscott range has been recoloured by Kaffe Fassett. This is the thread set that goes with. Are you ready to dive in? Oh, hello. Now, each spool has 1,300 metres on, and you've got 12 of these spools. Now, I know at first glance, £107.99 seems like a lot for thread. However, let's do the maths. 12 times 1,300, 15,600, and then divided by 100. So 100, this is the equivalent of 156 spools of thread. Now, that means for at £107.99, we're paying pence per 100 metres. I'm used to paying £2.50 for a 100-metre reel of Gutermann Sewall thread. This is Orifil, it's beautiful, some amazing colours. £107.99. Now, I've got a price comparison. This is not very... Why are we doing that? Why are we showing this? £105. That's less. That's less. Ours is £107.99, Hannah. Ah, okay. Okay. Now, we just had a lovely belated Merry Christmas. How about let's go back to Christmas Day and do the Christmas Day price? Let's do it. £94.99. That's fab. Now, what does that mean that we're now paying for one reel? £94.99 divided by 12. Wow, £7.91, and then divide that by 13. 60p per 100 metres. That is a quarter of the price of a reel of Gutermann Sewall thread. A quarter of the price. And you think, these two, all you're piecing... If you're piecing something really dark, use that. That alone, absolutely fantastic. But quilting, applique, absolutely beautiful. They are stunning colours, absolutely stunning colours. Really gorgeous, really gorgeous. Sue's message, she says, "Morning, Stuart. Lovely Christmas, courtesy of my daughter, Jenny, and son-in-law, Rich, and grandchildren, Harry and Alice, down in Buckinghamshire." Ah, you've done a couple of messages for Alice, who is 7, and hoping to visit you in 2025 at the Festival of Quilts. Loving this morning show. Oh, that's fantastic. I shall look forward to meeting you both at Festival of Quilts. Yes, please. Fiona says, "Morning to you, the best presenter ever." I had to say that. Thank you. Hope you and Charlie had a fabulous Christmas. I swam in the sea at Filey the past 3 days. So today is a PJ and Sewing Street day. Wow. I've never managed that. I've never been that brave. Well done you. Well done you. Absolutely gorgeous. Those are fab. Absolutely brilliant. And of course, you're getting your storage box as well. That's brilliant. That is fantastic. There's a lot in baskets. I know that $94.99 feels like a big price point. It is a big price point. Take advantage of split pay if you want. 2 split pays, you don't get charged interest. You don't get charged for taking split pay. It's $47.49 is your first split pay. But remember, that means you're paying just 60 pence per 100 metres of thread. And my best equivalent to that is I pay around £2.50 per 100 metre reel of sew-all thread for piecing, for quilting, for applique, which I consider worth every penny, but this is a quarter of that price. And some really useful colours. If you love Tula pink, these are very Tula colours as well, aren't they? You know, and actually, if I get a few of the more lighter pastel shades, you know, because sometimes it's tempting, isn't it, to think, oh, Kaffe, it's all very bright, isn't it? Look how soft and pastel those are. You know, even this one here, you've got some really soft shades as well as those brighter pinks, orange, that gorgeous green. But, you know, really useful colours for quilting, for applique. And please don't think that when you're quilting, you need to find matching threads, you know. Something like this pink, well, in fact, this bright pink is one of my go-to colours for quilting anything bright. So, for example, if I was quilting a quilt like this, that would be an amazing colour to quilt the whole thing, including on the green. That would look amazing for quilting that. This would look amazing as the colour to quilt. I could use this. I could use this. Do you see? Each of these would look really good, even if you're not buying the Kaffe. I know this is a bit of Kaffe. This is also a bit of Ruby Star Society. So it's not all Kaffe, you know. But on that, it would look amazing. But then I've also got some lovely batiks here. Okay. And I just want to show you that in that same pack, I could quilt with that. 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 Do you see? It's a really, really good set. It's a really good set. Well worth investing in. But actually, the saving that you're making when you think of your per 100 metre price is sensational. It is sensational. Use split pay if it will help. $94.99 today. That is matching our Christmas Day price. Okay, okay. Let's do those batiks. Just juicy and delicious. There's some gorgeous colours here. I'm just going to split them out a little bit. Got some really beautiful blues. Blue and aqua, turquoise. That is lovely. This is a beautiful design. Have you seen this? They're already an amazing price. They're £6.99 per half metre. We're actually going to go lower than that. Are we really? That's amazing. Go on. £62.91. Ooh. Now, there's some really rich shades here. £6.29 a half metre now. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. That is a bit of all right, isn't it? They are stunning, stunning fabrics. Just that glow, that wonderful, luminous quality that batiks have is second to none, isn't it? It really is gorgeous. So much variation across the fabrics as well. Different shades. I'm going to open this one out just so you can see. It's like getting half a metre for free. I mean, how fabulous is that? Freely mix these with all of your quilt weight cottons, won't you? Quilt weight cotton, you know, K fabrics, those lighter cottons. They'll also mix with things like lawns as well. One of the best things I think about batiks is they're a very high thread count. So when you cut them, a little bit like lawn, the edges really don't fray. So they're brilliant for things like fused applique, and they look stunning. But also as well, because of the process of how they're made, even though the colours are very vibrant, it is so rare that you get any kind of colour run or transfer with batiks. I know it's tempting to look and think, oh, will they run? But the actual process of making them involves so much washing and hot washing to get rid of things like the wax and the different layers. If you're ever in any doubt, you can always pre-wash your fabrics. I don't. If you ever want to test your fabrics without pre-washing them, all you need to do is grab a bit of cotton wool and wet it and then sit it on top of the edge of the fabric and just leave it there for an hour. If there's any transfer of colour on your cotton wool, then you know to pre-wash it. But typically what I do is when I've finished my quilt, any quilt, I wash it with some colour catchers just to be safe. Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Happy Christmas. And to you, my lovely. Delia's got in touch too to say good morning, Stuart and team. Morning, it's so lovely to be back and lovely to get all your messages this morning too. Lots and lots of these in baskets. These are Indonesian Bali batiks. We were talking this morning about how important we think it is that the team visit Indonesia and Bali to see where the batiks are made. I could very easily make a quilt out of those. But don't forget, mix them with your regular quilt fabrics as well. You don't have to sort of keep them separate. They mix really, really well. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Now, I've got a bit of an embellishing pack here. Oops. I think. Yes. So I've got sewing machine buttons, I've got bugle beads, oh, I love the colours, and I've got some cotton lace, like crocheted lace trim. I'm going to open this out so you can see. These are gorgeous, actually. Should be $12.23 for all of these. Look at those gorgeous sewing machine buttons. I love it. $8.99. Wow. Now, look, this is your crochet lace. You get loads. So you get the red and the green. Look, you get all of that. Wow. So you get all of that in the red. You also get the same amount in green. And then you get your sewing machine buttons. Let me see, do you get 8 or 10? I'm going to open them so we can actually properly see. And then you also get the bugle beads. Really fun, aren't they? Like that. Let's see what you get. Ah, okay, actually, you know, they're bigger than I thought they were. So you get 6. Like little vintage sewing machines. Oh, they're super cute. Oh, there we go. That's the right way up. I was just struggling then to get them the right way up. There we go. So you get your six sewing machine buttons, you get your bugle beads, and then you get your 6 and a bit meters, 7.2 meters of cotton. No, sorry, 3.6. I got you. It's 2 lots. Right, yes. £8.99 for that. What a mess I've made. Those are really cute. I like those. I like those. They would be really nice actually sewn on a cardigan. Look, they've got like a little shank on the back. Do you see? Got a little shank. If you were going to use these on a garment, I would just remove them when you wash the cardigan or whatever it was, and then sew them back on after you've washed them. I wouldn't launder them. We sort of bulk at that now, but I mean, if you're using wooden buttons, say, on a cardigan or a jacket, you would need to take those off before you launder it. But back in the day, you know, like going back to sort of Victorian times, I remember this one, being at a museum with the children from school, and there was somebody there explaining that things like on dresses, all the lace trims around the cuffs, all around the bottom of the dress, would have to be unpicked, washed separately to the dress, and then stitched back on. Yes, I know. And now I moan when I have to throw a couple of shirts in the washing machine. We don't know we're born, do we? We don't know we're born. We say, oh, I've got to iron this. Could be worse. I like, actually, you could even use this bit of trim, couldn't you? That the lace is tied up with. Very nice. Okay. Now, I have a gorgeous little bundle, actually. It's the Stripology squared ruler with a book. Now, so often we say, you know, these rulers, amazing, you can do so much with them, but what's really fab is having a book that properly goes into what you can do with the ruler. So I'm just going to grab the book out for a second. So you get your Stripology squared. Okay, now we love this. It's a great bit of kit. Susie Duncan's going to be using this in her shows. So it's a fantastic ruler and cutting system. But you've also got this gorgeous book called Stripology Squared. And in it, you've got 10 quilts that can all be made from 10-inch squares. There are multiple size options, and they are quick cut using the Stripology Squared ruler. You see, sometimes we buy these rulers and then we don't know how to use them. But having the ruler is so useful. So it starts off by going through how to use the ruler in general, okay? So it's not just how to make these quilts, but then look, oh gosh, that's amazing. I like that. That's very nice. Another part of me. You're just another part of me. Oh, that's lovely. That is beautiful. I like that. I like that very much. Oh, there's some very cool designs. Oh, that's lovely. You can buy the ruler on its own, of course. You can buy the book on its own as well. You don't make the saving. If you buy them together, you're saving £5. Oh. Ow. You should be paying £84.99 for both. This is lovely. Really lovely. Nice kind of tumblers there. That's lovely, I like that. Oh, gorgeous. Very nice. Loads of lovely ideas in here for using your Stripology squared ruler. Very clever, and there they all are in the back. There are 10 different patterns. I think that's a great deal. You get your Stripology squared ruler, you get your book as well, you save £5, you should be paying £84.99, but if you buy them together, you save a fiver, and they are £79.99. Now, we'll just show you the book on its own. Just show you the book on its own. If you already have the Stripology ruler, of course. Ooh, it's quite a lot, isn't it? There you go, that's your price. Oh, gosh. But if you think about it, that's £3.20 per quilt pattern. Gorgeous designs. Gorgeous designs. Oh, Jill's messaged on Facebook. She says, "Morning, Stuart. I've seen batiks being made in Bali and bought a beautiful sarong." Ooh, I'd love to go and see batiks being made. And I'd also really love to see indigo fabrics being dyed, because that's miraculous. Right, we're just going to pop the bundle back in for a second. So this is your Stripology squared ruler and your book combined for £79.99. £5 saving. £5 saving. Okay. Right. Oh, yes. Now, do I have them? I don't think I do. Have I got the suitcases? The suitcases are lovely. I haven't got them here. Okay. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Let's go on holiday, shall we? This is the large one, and then there is a second one as well, isn't there? Here we go. Love that. Thank you. Now, you're getting both. You're getting both for £169.98. So the larger one, this is going to fit something like your Elna 680 Plus, those larger sewing machines. The smaller case is going to be fantastic for something like an FS250, something like your overlocker or your cover stitch machine would go in there. Not just for travelling and transporting your sewing machines, of course. Really, really good to store your machines in at home as well, so that they keep safe and secure. Protect your investment. I'm just going to open this up so that you can see they both kind of work the same way. If I open this up, you've got your base, you've got your base plate, which your machine sits on, okay, and then you've got your cover. So this padded cover will go over your machine, okay, and then your bag folds up around it. So, I mean, you couldn't be more protected. I'm going to give you some dimensions now so you can check and see if your machine will fit. The small bag, you've got a depth of 24 centimetres, width of 44 centimetres, height of 40. So I'll just give you those again. So your depth is 24 centimetres, your width 44, and your height is 40. Okay, that's on the small one. That's all centimetres. And then the large one, you've got a depth of 30. Gosh, that's really nice and wide. Your width, 71.5, and then your height, 40. Embroidery machine, actually. That would be brilliant for an embroidery machine. Really good. You get both, remember, and you are saving £40. £40, it's a big saving. 169.98. Very, very popular way of buying these, because I think most of us have got either large sewing machine and smaller travelling sewing machine, or we've got a sewing machine and then we've got something like an overlocker or a cover stitch machine. So really, really useful to have both of those. And, you know, just like your holiday case, they've got those pull-up handles, they've got those 360 wheels. It seems so obvious now, doesn't it? But I remember sort of back in the day when the wheels just kind of went one way, and we just sort of managed with that. But now we've got used to this technology where we can have the 360 wheels, and it just makes such a difference. If you go to a lot of classes, a lot of workshops, or if your sewing room is a movable feast, these are going to keep your machines safe, protected, free from things like dust as well, but particularly, you know, they're really nice firm cases that are going to keep your machines protected. You might have die cutting machines, things like AccuQuilt, Go Big, Go Baby, anything like that. You might have the Sizzix or the Crafter's Companion Gemini. Again, you could get things like your rulers, your cutting plates, or your cutting mats in there as well. Or you might use it to keep your collection of dies safe and secure too. Lots and lots of different ways you can use them. Now, at the moment, the deal that we've got is maxing out all of the stock that we have. So I've got single figures of this bundle. We've done as many as we can. I've actually got one bundle left up for grabs. Okay, everything else is in baskets. So if you want this combo, if you want to save yourself £40, okay, fantastic saving. More in baskets than I've got available. It's really down to who checks out their baskets quickest now. Remember, there are 3 split pays available. You're not having to spend £169.98 today. 3 split pays available. More in baskets than we have, though, I'm afraid. £56.66 to get both home. And no extra postage either. You know, these are big. And these are, I mean, if you were going to try and post them yourself, these would cost an absolute fortune. Yes, I wouldn't want to have to fork out for the postage. But, of course, with Sewing Street, it's £4.95 all day. Equally, I wouldn't really want to buy those at a show and have to try and get them back to the coach park either. But you don't have to, because they will be delivered to your door for £4.95, one postage all day. Grab those while you can. We can't make any more bundles at the moment. All of our stock is spoken for. Okay, right. Now, I've got some magnetic snaps. Now, you know I love bag making, and one of the easiest ways to create closure for a bag, for a pocket, or just to nip the sides of a bag in, the magnetic snaps. You get 3 for £8.47. You're saving 50p, and frankly, 50p is 50p. Silver always sells out first. It's such a useful colour. Even if you might have normally used gold, silver will reflect the colours of the fabric that you're using it with. It sort of takes on the colour of whatever it's next to, doesn't it? Very, very easy to fit. Each pack, you've got the sort of 2 halves of the magnetic snap, plus the 2 washers that go on the back. 18mm. So the most useful size, the size we all use most often, I think, you get 3 for £8.47. Really worth multi-buying these, so you've got them in stock. I can easily use 3 for one bag. I'll grab the suitcases. Here we go. One thing to say, they're really strong and sturdy, but they are also not really heavy. They're not going to add lots and lots of weight, but remember, of course, everything is supported on those fabulous 360 wheels. Now, even more of you have put this into your baskets. There are combination locks on the side if you want to be able to lock your sewing machine or your overlockers away. You get both. I'm just going to give you the dimensions again. We'll start with the large. Width-wise is 30 centimetres. Sorry, your depth. Your depth is 30 centimetres. Your width, 71.5. And your height is 40. That's your large. That's without the wheels, by the way, 40. Then your small, same height, 40 centimetres. Your depth, 24. And your width, 44 centimetres. So great for things like smaller sewing machines. Something like your FS250 will fit. I've got 4 bundles left. I've got 4 bundles left. Way more in baskets than I have. Really, really good deal. You're saving £40. Now, there are 3 split pays available on this bundle, so you don't have to pay the full amount. You could pay £56.66 to get this home. That is fab. One of the things we all like to do at this time of year, I think, is to get organised, be more organised. What a great way of organising your sewing machines. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Susie Duncan will be joining me for the first of 2 shows. This is that gorgeous Mansfield Park quilt. Can't wait. See you after the break.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
It's Emily Roberts here. I'm just here to wish you a very Merry Christmas. Thank you so much to everyone that's watched, bought or messaged into the show this year. I absolutely love the Sewing Street family. So have a lovely Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I will see you in January 2025 with new sewing tools. Merry Christmas everyone!
Hello to all the Sewing Street family out there. I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy New Year, filled with lots of sewing and creativity. I'm especially looking forward to getting back to work in the new year to bring you lots of new projects and lots of new designs. But in the meantime, take this opportunity to just enjoy spending time with all those loved ones at this really special time of year. And I will really look forward to seeing you in 2025. Lots of love. Take care. Merry Christmas.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Merry Christmas from everybody here at Sewing Street. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely time. Nice to be back. I have got the most gorgeous, gorgeous quilt kit for this hour, and the most gorgeous, gorgeous guest as well. Hello, you.
And I haven't paid you.
How are you doing, Susie?
I'm really good. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Now, you and I were talking around. We've both had food-fueled Christmases.
Indeed, yes.
All the gorgeous stuff.
Yes, I need to go for an exceptionally long dog walk.
Long walk and make a gorgeous quilt. Oh, yes. This quilt is so stunning. Let me show you the quilt. I've got a gorgeous... we have a picture of the quilt, don't we? Yep. Look at that.
It's beautiful.
It's absolutely stunning. That price is not staying there, by the way. It's not staying. It should be £149.99. It's an absolutely beautiful kit. There are 3 split pays. You will keep those 3 split pays even on the reduced price. It's 60 inches square quilt. It features the gates of Mansfield Park with the beautiful, are they hollyhocks at the side and the roses over the top? Yeah. Gorgeous borders, absolutely beautiful. And the fabrics are stunning. Lots of you have already checked out your baskets. Now, don't you worry. You're going to pay the final price. You know what? Let's do that price crash now because you're going to love it. Yeah, it's an amazing price. Under £100, £99.99. So you're saving, that's a £50 saving, right? That's a third off. That's incredible. And let me just show, that is wild. Now look at the box. Look, it's a book. It's like a book. Look, how clever is that? It is so beautiful. And then it's magnetised at the side. The package, I know the packaging is kind of a moop, but isn't it lovely? And really, really sort of keepable. And look inside. I'm just going to take the fabric out for a second because look, I just think that is lovely. The attention to detail is just fabulous. Now, let me grab the actual kit itself and we're going to dive in. This is the Jane Austen Mansfield Park quilt collection. The fabrics are gorgeous. Now, there is a very, very special place in my heart for these sort of reproduction style fabrics. I cannot stop buying and using them. They are glorious. Look at all this lovely fabric you get. I just love the simplicity of the designs and the timeless appeal of them. There is something vintage but modern about a lot of these prints. How gorgeous is that? And the palette is really vibrant but restful. You know, it's just lovely. That is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. You get a lot of fabric in this kit, a lot of fabric. Now, prints like this I absolutely adore. Look at that. That is absolutely stunning. Real kind of vintage reproduction fabrics. And Susie, I must ask you about the backstory to this range because just fabulous, fabulous fabrics.
They are. They're beautiful. So the backstory of the whole Riley Blake Jane Austen at Home collection is that Riley Blake were given the right to reproduce the fabrics from the original Jane Austen and sister and mother coverlet.
Because they had made a quilt together, the three of them.
Yeah, they've made a coverlet, not a quilt. So
okay.
The difference is that there is no wadding. It is just a front and a back. I say just a front and a back. It's unbelievable, this thing. Bearing in mind it was made in the 1800s.
Wow.
It was all hand-pieced. It's totally symmetrical in every direction.
Yeah.
And it was made predominantly from scraps of fabric from their dressmaking, their shirts that they made, etc. I had the immense pleasure and privilege of getting in the cabinet with the coverlet and being allowed to turn part of it inside out to get a view on what the fabrics actually originally looked like before the sun got to them.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was quite shocked at the vibrancy of the colours.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that at all, and the range of colours. And then what Riley Blake did was have, over the last, well, sadly, the pandemic got in the way, but what they've done is released a core group, which they called the Jane Austen at Home collection. Then they released Pride and Prejudice and Sense and Sensibility, and now we're at Mansfield Park. And there are a few in the quilt kit from the original set. So Maria is one of the originals. I'm afraid I am quite sad. I do know them quite well because I worked on this project.
Lovely.
So it was an amazing project to do. And what I love, I am a big Jane Austen reader. I love Jane Austen books. So for me, being able to have a fabric that denotes a character really brings the book to life. And I love the way that they've put together the whole quilt kit. As you say, having a book as the box.
I know, it's so clever.
It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
Start,
And I think as well, when you see that price point, it's all so special, but the price feels like such a bargain. Actually, because you're getting all of this fabulous fabric, you're getting a really, really comprehensive pattern. And even the pattern is beautifully printed. Everything's in such detail. You're not left sort of wondering what to do next at all. Oh, Lordy, Stuart, I'd buy the quilt just to have that fantastic box.
I know.
So Stephanie, I know, I'd already thought the same thing.
I said exactly the same when I saw it.
I saw this earlier on, and when you brought yours in, and I just thought, oh, what a gorgeous box. I'll have to ask Susie where she got that from, but it's actually, the box for the quilt. I know. It's stunning, Stephanie. The thing is, for $99.99, I mean, you get all of that, but you get the box. No, I'm kidding. But look, you do get all this fabulous fabric as well.
But beyond that, when you actually get to the nitty-gritty, the techniques that are within this quilt will set you up for your entire quilting journey because you're going to be learning snowballing. You're going to be learning strip piecing, flying geese, half square and quarter square triangles, adding borders, putting on your binding, and obviously your quilting. But also learning to use your rulers for not just your routine half-inch, full-inch cuts, but your quarter and three-quarter-inch cuts. Which is something that we don't often have in quilt patterns. And you lose that ability to work it out in your head.
It's actually a really, really good tutorial, if you like, for newer quilters, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Actually, it is beginner friendly because you are doing, you know, your basic strip piecing, as you said, half and quarter square triangles, flying geese, stitch and flip. So all of those really useful techniques that we use so often. The quilt itself is 60 inches square, which is completely doable, start to finish, on a small domestic sewing machine, including the quilting. You can do the whole thing on your domestic machine, and the best news is the whole thing is under £100. I think that's amazing.
It is phenomenal. And
the 33.33 is your first split pay. Wild.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lovely big quilt project, and if you are a Jane Austen fan, then it's a lovely way to celebrate her novels. If you're not, it's still a lovely book. I mean, for a new home present for somebody with that gate on it would be amazing, wouldn't it? You know, this welcome to your new mansion. You know, it's just lovely.
Yeah, it is.
Really
it's
lovely.
fab. It's fab. The array of fabrics is lovely. You know, in terms of, you were talking about looking at the inside, the coverlet, at the original vibrancy of the fabric. Where did Riley Blake go in terms of their colour palette? Did they go with the more sun-faded outer or the more vibrant inner?
So they've gone for the original.
Yeah.
So they've gone for the inside, which is why I had to be able to flip it. What they did was instead, so the coverlet is made up of a central panel with a big central feature, and it's all in diamonds, but not the 60-degree diamonds we're used to. It's all, I think it was 72-degree diamonds. Very strange dimension. And these are sort of sun-rayed out from there. And then there is a border that is also diamonds, but half the size. I mean, they are tiny. And there are hundreds of these all over. But, as I say, it's symmetrical, which is phenomenal, with 3 people working on it by candlelight as well. So what Riley Blake did was cherry-pick key ones that appeared a lot, were the key Jane Austen characters. And then, as they've concentrated on different books, they've tried to form a colour palette for the story of the book, which is why with Mansfield Park we've got a lot of the blue, the sort of duck eggs and the warm reds coming through. And the navy spot is a feature throughout and is a nod to Jane's and Cassandra's brothers who were in the navy at the time. And that's where that comes from. That was actually one that was completely designed by Riley Blake. It doesn't feature in the original coverlet.
But it is a sort of very classic fabric, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. That would have been around at the time, but doesn't feature in this instance.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I just need to let you know over 20% of our stock has gone. We've got reasonable quantities of this, but so many in baskets. Gillian from Nottinghamshire's got in touch. She says, "Morning, Susie and Stuart. I'm presently making your stepping out pattern with the Riley Blake Pride and Prejudice fabric collection." Beautiful fabric. Oh, I love that idea.
I love the idea of using the Jane Austens to make a project, because then it adds a note of, you can talk about, you know, when someone says, "Oh, I like your bag," or "I like your cushion," you can say, "Well, did you know?"
Yeah, right. This is backstory. Wendy from Devon says, "Morning, Stuart and Susie. I'm currently doing the Jane Austen coverlet. How do I send you a picture of it, please, Wendy in Devon?" So email this address, please, studio@sewingstreet.com. Send your picture to the studio via that email, and we'll be able to show it for you. Wonderful.
Oh, that's exciting. Yeah, because they did release a copy of the coverlet as a quilt, which, well done, hats off, because I haven't tackled it. I've got one, but it's just a phenomenal task.
Well, you see, I mean, whether you want to make the Mansfield Park gate quilt, or, which is this, or you just want the fabrics, or you're thinking, well, I absolutely love elements of that quilt, but I'm going to change things up a bit. So can we just go back to the picture of the quilt, please? So, for example, you might say, I love all the borders. I love that, but I don't want the gate. You could create something like Mariner's Compass, using the fabrics for the centre of that quilt and put the borders on. You could do a plique in the centre. You could put the names of people getting married. You could use the heart block from this morning's early bird, change it up a little bit, use some of the elements, but not all of them. You know, if you absolutely fallen in love with these fabrics, it's a great way of buying the fabrics. And, of course, that gorgeous box as well. Beginner-friendly, absolutely luscious. It is lush. I would buy this just for the fabric, Susie.
Yeah, but
these fabrics are so neat.
Yeah, no, they are beautiful fabrics, and it all comes together so wonderfully to tell a story. But for me, it's the learning behind. It's everything that I am going to increase my knowledge with as I'm making this. And as you say, the way they've written the pattern, I'm not left confused at any one point.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter what level you are.
Oh, the
you
instructions
can follow.
are amazing.
Yeah.
The instructions are
Really
amazing, and they're
beautifully
so sort of pictorial and
Yeah.
literally step by step, every single element building up, you know. So please don't look at it thinking, oh my goodness, how do you start,
Yeah.
you know, piecing a gate? It is strips of fabric, but every row is shown step by step.
Absolutely.
Now, look at that price crash. You're saving a third. It should be $149.99. And my goodness me, there is oodles of fabric there. Absolutely loads of gorgeous fabric from Riley Blake there. Plus that amazing pattern and that beautiful... We don't normally talk about the packaging, but the packaging this time is absolutely stunning. It's so well thought through. It is just brilliant. For under £100, it is an absolutely brilliant buy. It's so English, isn't it?
It is
You know?
quintessentially English.
It is.
Yeah.
It's rather wonderful. And I think perhaps if you'd got, I don't know, maybe you've got relatives who are from, like, the States, for example.
Yes.
You know, and anything that's kind of very English or very British
Yeah.
is so covetable. And such a historic backstory, such a part of our literary heritage.
Yeah, it is. And for me, there was an added thing, not just the Jane Austen element, but the story is set in Northamptonshire, and they actually filmed one of the Mansfield Park films versions in Kirby Hall in Northamptonshire, and renovated some of the rooms in the hall to reflect the period, and filmed it on site location. And I used to visit a lot with my children because we were members, and it was lovely then to see the film and to see it all come to life. So
Can you visit that house
you can now.
Lovely.
It's an English heritage property.
Oh, gorgeous.
But it's, yeah, if you're going to go, take a picnic. 'cause
Buy
you
the
can-
kit, make the quilt, visit the house.
Yes, it's
Read
just
the book.
phenomenal.
Read the book.
And the gardens do look like the gardens pictured on the fabric.
It is
inside
lovely,
the
isn't it,
book.
when you have a look
Yeah.
inside the box and you can
I
see
love it.
those
You want to
formal
walk
gardens.
around that formal garden, don't you?
I know, and sort of, you know, probably, you know, plotting, telling secrets, making plans for a future.
Absolutely,
Talking
yeah.
about boys, probably.
Absolutely. You
I
will.
imagine.
Yeah.
I haven't read Mansfield Park, but I imagine there's talking about boys.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. They are
Yeah.
in all
and
of them.
fans, obviously.
What secrets behind fans?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it is absolutely
Well, the
gorgeous.
heroine is called Fanny, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, fab. Love it.
So
Right,
good.
so
Right.
popular. I've got to tell you, over half the stock gone. Now, I'm going to pop that to one side. Yes, I was going to grab this too, because you want some backing fabric. Now, this is a Jane Austen extra wide fabric. Look, that has the words and music.
And it's actually taken from letters and music manuscript found in Jane Austen's desk at Chawston Cottage.
I love that. I love that.
And Riley Blake have just...
This is 108
Find it,
inches
yeah.
wide. Now, I just think this is a beautiful extra wide backing fabric to use for lots and lots of different projects, not just the Mansfield Park gate quilt, but it's perfect for that.
Bag.
Now, it is 108 inches wide. $14.99 gets you half a metre.
4. You'll need 2 metres. so
2
you need 4
metres,
units.
4 units. Perfect. 4 units.
Sorry, I did the
So
maths.
it's going to cost you less than £60, and it's 100% cotton.
And you will have loads of leftovers that you could use for bag linings. Make a bag.
Oh, make a book bag.
Make a blouse.
Yeah, lovely. Book jackets.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous. 100% cotton, of course. Lots and lots of that in baskets. We don't have loads. We don't have... Yeah, we could get very limited very quickly on this. Yeah, it is a beautiful fabric. You could just make some lovely book pillows using this, couldn't you?
Yes, that's what I've done with mine. With
Half a
my
metre would make
leftovers.
2,
Yeah.
front and back. Beautiful. Really lovely. But 4 units will make it your backing for the gate quilt. Yeah. Fab.
And because it's multi-directional, you haven't got much waste.
No, that's really
and
useful,
you haven't got to
actually.
think about placement and what goes where.
Yeah.
Which, especially if you're a beginner, that's one headache out the way, isn't it?
Now,
Are you labelling yourself?
Stuck to me there. Right, I've got 4 fabrics from the Mansfield Park collection. This is based on the garden. These are not in the quilt kit, but they're from the collection. Okay, this is that formal garden. Okay, I've got 4 different colours. I'll show you all 4. Okay, we're going to start with the darkest, this deep teal. Effectively, this is the print that is, look,
it is.
Inside the box.
And it is a stylised print. This doesn't feature in the original coverlet. So this was totally designed by Riley Blake.
I love it. Those formal gardens. So elegant. And again, I think if you like things like Tim Holtz fabrics, I think this is very in keeping. Because it's got that sort of like, you know, storytelling. It's got that kind of aged map-like look to it as well. So if you love those sort of fabrics, I think it's really cool. It's really cool. And it's a bit whimsical. It's a bit whimsical.
It is. It is multi-directional. There
Yes.
isn't a direction to it. So again, your waste is minimal. The detail in it is phenomenal because it's all hand line drawn and it's just an amazing amount of detail in there.
It is really cool, isn't it?
So if you are a fussy cutter for whatever project you're doing, it's a really nice one to have.
Yeah,
It
that's
would make
great.
a really good notice board.
Yes,
I
it would.
think,
Yes, it would.
because you could do some formal ribbon
Yeah.
pieces across it to tack in.
Yeah.
To make that formal element of the garden stand out even more.
Yeah, you could. That's a lovely idea. The colour's gorgeous, isn't it? They've called it green. I'd call it teal.
Yeah, it's definitely a dark teal.
£7.99.5 metre, cut to order. So if you buy multiple units, it does come in one continuous piece. Let's do the light green, the mint, next. That's smashing. Love that. This would be lovely as well, Susie. You're a keen gardener. I'm a keen gardener. This would be really lovely for making gardening accessories.
It would, yes.
An apron, a tool belt.
Yes. Or I have a bag that I carry between my garden and our allotment. And I always forget something, usually the obvious thing. So this would be really good to make like a backpack to put everything into,
Lovely
so
idea.
I don't forget everything.
But equally, wouldn't this make the most beautiful lampshade?
Yes.
As well? So elegant. Or, you know, kind of real tall candle shade.
Absolutely.
Something like that.
Yeah, rather than a pendant one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really elegant. Of course, you can add this into a quilt.
Or a booklight shade.
Ooh.
Then it keeps the book theme going.
Nice, nice. Next up, I've got the rose pink. Very, very pretty colour, this.
It is. It's a very warm raspberry, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Like a vintage raspberry. It's beautiful.
Gorgeous raspberry colour. That's a really
And I think the tree elements pop out more on the raspberry one.
Yeah, they do.
Which is
So elegant.
Yeah.
Really pretty. And then the last colourway is a multi. It's on a white base. If you look here, you've got some little cameos. And look, you've just got that little bit of colour in them. And in the rose bushes and in the water.
And this is the one that matches your box.
Softly coloured. It does indeed. Let me just grab that back. You can see there. So you might even think, gosh, once you've made the kit, what about making a padded lining and having this as a sewing box?
Absolutely, because you could then turn it into a pincushion, couldn't you, if
Yeah,
it was
you
padded?
could.
Yeah,
You
wad it and
could.
pad it. Yeah.
That's rather wonderful. Love that.
But then I would spend hours trying to put pins in every one of the cobblestones and be very furious if anyone dared move any of them.
Let's have one last look at the quilt kit before we go to demo. So this is the Mansfield Park gate quilt. The quilt itself is stunning. It's 60 inches square and features the fabulous gateway to the house with the roses and hollyhocks around the gate, beautiful borders, key skills, strip piecing, basic half square and quarter square triangles, flying geese, stitch and flip, all easy methods that you're going to learn to create the whole quilt. Completely doable on a domestic sewing machine, 60 inches square, so a really, really useful size, but also a very manageable size. The pattern itself is phenomenally good, really detailed, step by step, and then, wow, look at these gorgeous fabrics. Really, really beautiful reproduction fabrics. And these would be around what sort of time period, Susie?
So her books were written, well, she died in 1800 and some, whatever it was. So, yeah, 1700s,
So we're talking
early 1800s.
1750s, 1780s.
Yeah, so they're a few years ago.
Yeah.
But the detail in them absolutely blew my mind.
Yeah.
At
They
how
are.
detailed some of them were.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also the intensity of colour. I really wasn't expecting that. I mean, the overall coverlet, there's a lot of brown.
Yes.
But then you get these huge pops of colour that you just think, whoa, really.
Yeah. I'm often surprised at the modern, what seem like modern details
Yes.
in fabrics which are
Regency
200
fabrics.
years
Yeah.
old. It's really interesting because they perhaps were very modern at the time, but they
Yes.
still have a modern feel to them
Yes.
now. It's just an absolutely splendid array of fabrics.
I think a lot of that is because fabric design very often falls back to nature, and because it gets incorporated, you see it a lot, don't
Yeah,
you?
you do,
Coming
you
through
do.
all generations and all eras.
Yeah, it's stunning. What an amazing price. You save a third. It should be $149.99 and you're paying $99.99. You're literally saving a third on the price. Such a brilliant deal today. Now, Wendy emailed in earlier. Wendy's making the coverlet. And here is the picture of her coverlet, Wendy. That is absolutely
That's a
stunning.
phenomenal job. Well done. That is so
Gorgeous.
good. Really,
Really
good.
beautiful.
Yeah.
And coverlets, you know, without that wadding, don't think they're unfinished. They're a summer coverlet. They're like a summer weight
Yeah.
bed covering.
They are actually really warm because it's all cotton fabric, so
Yeah.
they are warm. But you just, as you say, you haven't got that extra weight on you.
Yeah.
So for them, it would have been easier to wash and dry rather than one that was quilted, fully quilted.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job, Wendy. Absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful, stunning.
Right, there it is. Now, do be quick on this because, honestly, the numbers are flying. Lots and lots of you have got this. Remember, there are split pays available as well. 3 split pays, $33.33 is your split pay to get the kit home. Right, Susie, it's over to you now.
It is. So I thought I'd show you a few of the techniques that are in there. So we're not necessarily going to be concentrating on one area or not. And I also want to show you how to use some of the rulers to do your subcutting as well. So I am going to skip around. I apologise. One thing I would say is it's a phenomenally intricate guide, really. It's not even an instruction
Very
leaflet.
comprehensive, isn't it?
It's, yeah, incredibly comprehensive and quite overwhelming when you first open it. You think, oh my goodness, there's 20 pages, help. Don't be put off by that. What I would suggest is once you've made your favourite beverage, just open it up and label the fabrics. according to their names,
Yeah.
because that instantly will take a lot of the worry out, and you'll start to get a feel for what goes where. And then read through, not necessarily in detail the cutting bit, but certainly look at each of the different elements.
Yeah,
and you
the
can
important
break
thing
it
is
down.
to enjoy
Absolutely.
reading through and actually planning, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. So you don't have to tackle it from the beginning to the end. You can pick and choose what you use
It would be a
because
real nice
everything's
one to do
labelled.
almost as a block of the month, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Sort of
absolutely.
do a border each month.
Yeah, yeah. Or you can do your favourite element. I mean, I started at the beginning purely because it was the quickest and easiest for me to do. But you don't have to start at the beginning. But what I would suggest is cut it as it says, rather than just cut the pieces you want. Because if you only cut the pieces you're using, you may not necessarily have enough fabric if you haven't cut it according to the cutting diagram. So always cut according to the cutting instructions first.
Okay.
And if you do want to change any elements around, cut the pieces that you're keeping from the original and see what you've got left, and then you can start messing around and doing your own thing. So that's the only thing I would say, because there is plenty of fabric, but not necessarily to repeat that flower centre twice, for example. So I'm going to show you how to do the corner flower, which is this big, and they are big blocks.
Yeah, lovely.
They're not, 10.5 inch blocks, a good size to work on, and you're actually repeating 8 of one block and 2 of another, and 4 of another. So it's not, again, an onerous task. So let's have a look at the 8 that we're doing. So we've got our Mrs. Norris, this one's called.
Love that.
I know.
Isn't that the cat from Harry Potter?
It is, and that really threw me because I'm also a Harry Potter fan. So I was like, oh, really?
Which is also a Norwegian forest cat. I was mentioning earlier on, my
mad,
friends have
isn't
got
it?
Norwegian forest kittens.
Oh, that's cool.
Gorgeous.
Oh, that's a good Christmas. Were that a Christmas present? Or
No. A couple of months
not
before
that I
Christmas.
agree with animals for Christmas, but so I am going to use my Sewline glue pen.
Fab.
If anyone hasn't got one of these,
Did you spot that earlier on? We've got it as a bulk buy deal today. So you can get the glue stick with the refills that come, but also 12 more refills. You're saving £5 on that bundle, £17.97.
and the reason I like to use these is because you're using quite small squares for this, and it means I haven't got loads of pins everywhere, and I like to chain piece. So it means I can put a dot of glue on the bit that I'm going to be cutting off and just place that element over the top. So I'm going to put all of these on, and it actually stays sticky for quite a while, so you can do all of them. I know this is going to be quite laborious for everybody. We are doing a stitch and flip, so have a look at your fabrics and see if there's a particular element that you want to keep with them and position that accordingly, because once we've stitched we're going to flip it towards that corner again. So for example, this one has got a nice flower on one side, so I want to make sure that then features when I flipped it. Doesn't really matter, but if you want to go that extra detail, that's another thing to do. The Mrs. Norris fabric has no direction to it, so it doesn't matter what I do with that. So that's another bonus. And of course, Navy Spot doesn't have a direction to it. It's a spot wherever you go. So I haven't got to think too much about that one either. But getting all these lined up like this, you can see how quick it is. I've not got pins going on. Clips aren't anywhere. I haven't got to remove them as I go. That's the other advantage. So I'm just going to stick all these in.
Well done if you got the extra wide backing, because that has sold out now.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, we did say it probably would, and it did very, very quickly.
I love that accomplished woman. It's just...
The quilt kit, just need to give you a bit of a warning here. Pretty much all of the stock that we've got left of the Mansfield Park gate quilt is in baskets. An awful lot of it is already checked out. It should be £149.99. The saving is phenomenal. You're saving £50 on this quilt kit. You're paying just £99.99. It's brand new today. You can get it on split pay of just £33.33. You don't pay a penny in interest. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to credit checks, phone call, nothing. Just tick the box as you're checking out to pick split pay, and you pay just £33.33 today for this kit. It's absolutely amazing. It comes in its own book. It's so phenomenal. I love that.
I know.
It comes in a book.
I will say, though, once you've made it, the quilt will not fit in the box. Oh, what a shame. You'll have to use the box for something spectacular.
Something else.
Yeah.
But don't you dare throw that box away.
Oh, my gosh, no. If you don't want the box, please send it to me.
Oh.
I love
turn that into a sewing box, because what you could do is you could just put some dividers, cardboard covered in fabric to make your dividers there.
Yeah.
And then here, just measure this a little bit smaller, cardboard, wadding, fabric over the top, and glue it onto there. You could perhaps button it just to create a bit of dimension and then have that almost like a pin cushion, or just as a padded inner layer, and it would just look lovely. It is absolutely beautiful. So many lovely fabrics in this kit. The numbers are dwindling. Well done. We've just had loads of people just check out their baskets. Now this happens and suddenly the stock is gone. This is exactly what happened with the backing fabric. There was loads, and then there was loads in baskets, and then it was all gone. So just be really careful at home, folks. If this is in your basket, don't let it sit there or you're going to end up missing out. It's such a pretty range. And what a lovely, manageable project for the new year. 60 inches square. Even though you've got lots of lovely, interesting piecing to do, it's not an overwhelming size or skill level. It's a beginner skill level. 60 inches square is a very, very manageable size on a domestic sewing machine. You're just going to have such a wonderful time making this beautiful quilt. Just think that's stunning. Isn't it interesting how basic skills can make something that's so beautiful and intricate looking?
That's what I love about quilting, is that you don't have to have an immense encyclopedia of knowledge, because there are some basic quilt blocks that you learn, and then it's just a matter of swizzling and switching, and you've got something totally different to look at. So all I've done is the small squares, I mark a sew line on them, so I've marked a diagonal line on the wrong side. And I then stitch down that line, and the reason I mark them is because I like to follow a line rather than guess.
Yeah, sure.
It just means that when I am doing the chain piecing, it's quicker. And then all I'm doing is, you can do this accurately with a ruler by all means, but just to take some of the bulk, I'm taking away and leaving the fabric, but leaving about a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It just is quicker with a pair of scissors, to be honest.
I agree with you. I always cut the corners off with scissors.
And it doesn't need to be an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance, does it? You don't want to get too close to your stitching, but you want to just reduce that bulk a bit. Because when you do, the reason being, when you bring things together, you'll end up with layer upon layer upon layer, which, whilst it would give you extra warmth, these, by the way, I would put in my scraps box ready for stuffing something.
Yes.
Probably the 6 draft excluders I may.
You might sew them together, but they are pretty small, those triangles.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother. But you do want to reduce the bulk, because when you come to do your quilting, it just means that everything lies so much nicer, doesn't it? So we're just pressing those corners out, and don't get too worried, as mine aren't perfect. They don't have to be super, super, super perfect. The important bit is when we bring them together now. That's the really important bit. Oh, someone's left the steam on. Didn't even notice.
I love the combination of fabrics, Susie. They're
It's really
so
nice, isn't it?
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Interestingly, not super floral.
No.
You know, when you think about,
There's a
you
lot
know,
of
sort of
geometry.
vintage fabrics, often we think, oh, lovely florals and roses and all of that. But most dress fabrics were geometrics, weren't they? Dot stripes.
Absolutely. Well, they were practical, if nothing else. You know, they did have the fancy Nancy's, but they tended to be fairly practical prints so that they could cut economically.
Right.
So a geometric pattern is probably the best thing for that.
Yeah, for sure. I hadn't thought of it like that.
And because they didn't have the sewing machines that we have, they had to do things by hand. So it was English paper pieced.
Yeah.
So that's where you get fabrics like Lydia, for example, where you've got that real fussy cuttable element. So you can bring detail to your designs. So I've already done the same for my leaf corners, but on that instance you're using 2 of the navy dot. So my other big tip is always lay your block out in front of you.
Yes.
Don't just wing it, because winging it is never going to work with these.
Do you ever wing it, Susie?
I wing some things, but not block layouts.
No.
I always lay my block out like I am now. I never just think, oh, that's all right, I can remember that goes that way round and that goes that way round, because I can guarantee that by the time the dog's walked in, the phone's rung, I've made a cup of tea, something's moved, the breeze has blown through, you're going to move, aren't you? And it's all going to be wrong.
True enough.
So I now know how I can then sew this together, and I've got the opportunity to move things around if I want a flower a particular way up, but it doesn't really matter with this. So the critical thing is to pair these so that these triangles come together.
Okay.
And that if you've pressed well, which is another reason, which I didn't say at the beginning, I best press my fabric.
Right, yes. We do love our best press.
Well, I
do. Now, we've got some bundles. Can someone grab me the bundle, please? We've got the lavender bundle. So this is a 499 milliliter bottle with the spray attacher. Okay, so you've got your pump, if you like. Thank you. And then you've also got twice that in your refill bottle. So sort of half a litre and then a litre should be 33.98. You're making a brilliant saving there. 26.98. We haven't got loads left. Over half the stock's gone. So if you want to get that, it's your 499ml bottle with trigger and your 999.59 milliliter refill. Why can't they just do half a litre and a litre, Susie?
For me, that would be amazing because, I go through so much of this.
I mean, it must be a drop off, but anyway, just for precision's sake.
It's mad, isn't it? But right, so just notice the time. Where does time go?
I know.
I can't believe it's the 27th of December either. So when you're bringing these together, I pressed the little square outwards. So my seam allowance is lying underneath that little triangle. When you bring these together, if you bring those 2 bumps, if you like, because they'll feel bumpy in your fingers, they need to match. So if that seam on either side is laying in your fingers together, you've matched those. So when you stitch that 1/4 inch down there, you will get this. And then from that, you're going to repeat that but bringing in these sides. Again, bring in those bumps, and that will 1/4 inch seam, and when you open it out, you will get your navy dot triangles. And you bring all that together, and you need 4 of these. Once you've done it, I would suggest make them all, whether you do it all as one go or one day or 1 week even. Don't trim anything until you've made all 4. Okay. And then, although the instruction says they should be 10.5 inches. If you're slightly out, don't panic, because you can adjust somehow later on.
Okay.
You know, you can always bring in, if it's 1/8 of an inch off, we're not going to lose sleep, are we?
Right.
I wouldn't anyway.
But
I would make sure that all 4 blocks were the same size.
Yeah.
And
if
then,
you follow the instructions, does it come out at 10.5 inches?
Absolutely it does, yes.
Okay.
There is no need to trim.
No.
But if you've sewn, you know, with a good proper 1/4 of an inch, then there is no need to trim. But sometimes, for whatever reason, if you've not pressed properly, but always give everything a second press anyway, and then reassess. But don't panic if something is 1/8 of an inch out. You can adjust that.
Good advice.
Sew it.
Don't panic.
Never panic over this. Have I got time for one more?
Yes, definitely. Lena, who's from Colombia, has messaged in to say, I thought that block was truly complicated, but watching Susie took my anxiety away. What a lovely message, Lena.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you.
Oh, and wonderful that we have viewers in Colombia.
I know, that's very exciting.
That's amazing,
Yeah, very exciting. Right, so let's have a look at the half square and 1/4 square triangles, which half square we do quite a lot, don't we? But we don't often look at 1/4 square.
No, we don't.
And what I loved with this quilt design was all the different border types.
Yeah, I love that.
Because it really made it an interesting surround, not just a feature in the middle, and you don't always see that in quilts. So for this, you do need to be familiar with what fabric is what. Because otherwise you'll be pairing the wrong things. So I've got the 4 fabrics involved in what I need. One of them seems to be the wrong size, which is a little bit worrying. Bear with me a second. I have my pile of stuff.
Oh,
right,
is it going to walk
one?
about?
No, because I've cut the quilt. I've probably cut one.
Just while Susie's having a look for a piece of fabric, I just want to urge you to check out your baskets on the quilt kit. I'm down to my last third of the stock now. Way oversubscribed. If everyone suddenly decides to check out their basket, loads of you are going to miss out. It's a brilliant time to buy. We won't get this kit back in, by the way. It's one and done. If you miss out today and we sell out, that'll be it, gone. You get all of these beautiful fabrics, absolutely oodles of fabulous reproduction fabrics, all taken from Jane Austen and her sister and her mother's coverlet that they made. And then sort of recoloured and reimagined. Just glorious, and you get everything you need, including the pattern and that beautiful box to create your very own version of this gorgeous quilt. It's just sensational. Well done if you've just checked out your baskets. I know a few more of you have just checked out your baskets. Well done. You've now got your kits. You can relax. You can relax because you've got your kit, but everyone who's got it in their baskets, you can't relax. Not till you've checked out, and then you know that you've got this beautiful quilt kit with a £50 saving winging its way to you. What a great way to start the new year.
Absolutely. A great project for January.
Oh, I love it. Love it.
Yeah. And you can watch the film while you wait, so you know the story. So, half square triangle. The method they use it's the method I usually use, but I would definitely stick to the method they use. Don't try and do your own thing.
Okay.
Because of the way you cut your fabrics.
Okay.
So you want a ruler that enables you to draw either a diagonal and then you stitch 1/4 inch either side of that, or I like to mark my 1/4 inch either side because I just find it a lot easier to do that. So I'm using the Creative Grids seam guide one. So I'm putting my central diagonal across one side, and then I'm using a friction pen to just mark my 1/4 inch either side. And if you work from the middle to the point, you don't drag your fabric and you get a straight line. I am going to put 2 pins in rather than using my glue pen because I don't want the fabrics to stick together afterwards.
Yeah, you're not trimming anything away, are you?
Absolutely.
This is no waste.
And then you want to stitch down those lines. And you need to do this for 2 different pairs of fabrics in order.
4 different fabrics.
Yeah. It's all in the instructions. You haven't got to invent it, but you need to be able to. You need the 4 to make 1 1/4 square triangle, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm having to do all 4. So once you've sewn those, what we're then going to do is trim those in half. So I'm going to take my pins out and I'm going to use a rotary cutter to take that. You can use the seam guide because it is made of that cutting perspex and it's got a non-slip bottom to it.
Ah, brilliant.
Which is really handy. I love these seam guides, they are so useful. Oh, missed the beginning. But that's my seam allowance.
Oh, we've got the seam guide on screen. Brilliant.
Oh,
brilliant. £15.99. That's for the 15-inch one. That's the most useful one, to be fair, because don't think, oh, I don't make them that big. Remember that the diagonal across your square is a lot longer than the sides of your square.
Yeah.
So there's a 9-inch version of this seam guide, but that will only go across, diagonally across, a 6-inch square.
Absolutely.
So if you wanted to do a 7 or 8 or 9, it's not big enough. So actually this 15-inch is the best one to buy.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Or they used to do a combo as well, didn't they? I don't know
Yeah,
if
we
they've still
sometimes
got that.
do sell them both.
Yeah.
We are just slightly going over into the next
Sorry.
hour, by the way. Just to, it's only me in the next hour. No one cares about that. But it's lovely to see more methods.
So, right, so when
Hi,
you...
Stuart and Susie. Absolutely loving this Jane Austen segment. That's from Melanie.
Oh,
I love the idea of a Jane Austen segment.
Yeah.
That sounds very posh.
It's like being in my house, though, because that happens a lot in my house. So we're now going to bring these together. Now, because when you press them, press your seams open.
Okay.
Because that way you're going to get the flattest possible hugging of your fabric for this next stage.
Yes.
So, and it is important which fabric is on what side. So basically, they've made it easy because you've got a brown and a blue in both pair.
Yeah.
So you don't want the 2 browns together. You want opposites.
Yep.
So you're going to flip them and you're going to align those stitched seams. So you want to make sure that they come together. Okay. The easiest way to do that is get your pin and push it through your seam into the next seam, which you can do on a wall pressing mat or your June Taylor cut and press, and just hold those seams in place. Do it on the corners because we're now going to draw another line to stitch. So you want to make sure that that seam is together and everything else lines up. Then we're going to repeat that process of the double stitch line. So you're going to bring your friction pen back into play and draw in your sewing line, or draw your diagonal and stitch 1/4 inch away, whichever you prefer. And I'm just going to quickly stitch down those.
Maureen from Derbyshire says, Stuart and Susie, is the centre of the quilt a panel with the gate already printed? Happy Christmas and New Year, Maureen from Well, happy Christmas and New Year to you too, Maureen. Thank you for that. It isn't printed, it's all pieced.
It is.
The gate, the flowers, the hollyhock is all pieced. But don't be put off. It's stitch and flip. It's really so much easier than you think it's going to be.
Absolutely. The gate itself is basically strips of fabric all sewn together in an order, a bit like a bargello.
Yes.
But you're going to cut them to size and then piece them accordingly. Very clever. So that ends up with a big rectangle, and then the flower elements are added in blocks. Very clever.
It's lovely. And I love the hollyhock blocks. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
I could imagine taking that element of the pattern and creating a row of hollyhocks with a border around as a different quilt. I mean, remember, all of these skills, all of these patterns that you've got, you can use again and again with the rest of your fabric.
You can. So all I've done is cut up the middle again, and then when you open them out,
look at that.
You've got what we call a quarter square triangle.
Yep.
And you're going to make all of them and then trim them down, which is a really nice exercise to do while you're sat watching the telly.
Sure.
Because as people know in my house, I can't just sit and watch telly. I have to do something else as well.
Yeah.
And then you get these nice, neat squares. And then you're going to start bringing that border together. And basically, you have the browns work like this, and you get that sort of checkerboard effect. It looks really cool when it's done.
That's so nice.
And you just build up this. So when you bring them together, there is no seam matching as such because the corners are perfect because of the way you've constructed.
Yeah.
So it's a really easy border to learn, but also to bring together at a later stage.
I think it's gorgeous. The fabrics are just perfect. I do need to let you know there's way more in baskets than I have. Excuse me. Just to put it into context, I've got in the 20s left, that's all. And I've got over 40 in baskets. So there's just not enough to go round. I do want you to check your baskets out, please. Make sure you get your kit home. It is absolutely magnificent. Oh, absolutely magnificent. Right from the get-go. I mean, there aren't many kits where we all spend so much time looking at the box and saying, wow, what a lovely box. I want the box. I just love the box. It's a big book. It's brilliant. Magnetised on the side. Don't throw the box away. Keep the box. And then inside, you get the pattern, which is really, really comprehensive. You know, I love it when everything is mapped out for you. All of the real fabrics are used in the diagrams. So if you're thinking, am I using the right fabric for this? Well, all you've got to do is look at the pictures and you will know exactly what to use. It makes it so simple, so relaxed. Here are the hollyhocks being pieced. Here's the gate being pieced, and you can see it's just long strips of fabric, maybe with a stitch and flip end to create the shape, all sewn together to create that centre, and then you work on your borders. But really, just make this at your own pace. And if you wanted to add an extra border around the outside to make it into a bed quilt, then you absolutely could if you bought some extra fabric. So you get your pattern, and then let's dive into that fabric. All based on real fabrics that were found or located, if you like, in Jane Austen and her mother and sister's coverlet that they pieced together. Isn't that stunning? Isn't that stunning? It's been such a popular quilt kit. I'm now down. I've barely got 20 left. and way over 40 of you with it in your basket. Loads of you are going to miss out, but there's still chances to check out your basket and get this home. Remember, you're making a 60-inch square quilt. Brilliant for a wall quilt, lap quilt, sofa, gorgeous on the top of a bed. Should be 150. You're paying under 100 for the quilt. You're getting the box, you're getting that gorgeous pattern as well. Absolutely stunning. I haven't seen this quilt kit, you know, anywhere else.
No.
I think it's absolutely fabulous. We won't have it on air again, I'm certain of that. It will sell out today. I just don't want you to miss out.
There are a limited number of them being made, actually.
Are there?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is stunning. Just that gorgeous, restful palette.
And I think it's gender neutral as well because of the colour palette.
I agree. I agree.
And
you know,
and age timeless as
Yes.
well. So if you are making it as a gift for a new home or a wedding, it will suit any age of couple.
yeah, absolutely.
And decor, because there's every colour in there.
Yeah, it is.
So
It's
it will
lovely.
blend
I love
really
those
well.
soft reds. I've got teens left. I've got teens left. If you want this kit, you will have to be quick now. Susie,
Do you want me to just show you
you're
what I'm
using
doing?
Stripology there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Stripology squared. Would you show us what you're doing?
A few things,
Please.
yes. I've got a few tricks that I was going to show you. So once you've got your chord square triangle, you've got to square it back down to a 4.5-inch square. On your Stripology squared, and in fact on all the Stripologies, there are a series of different squares. It depends which one you're using as to what sizes there are. The Stripology squared, which I'm using, starts with a 4.5-inch on the white cutting line.
Okay.
And it is important that you remember whether you're using black or white, because it makes a difference to your finished piece. So with the 4.5-inch, I've still got my 45-degree markings. I'm using the white dotted lines. So I'm making sure that my seam line comes through those.
I see.
I've got it static in here because of the aircon. You line up your seam line with those 4.5, the dotted 45-degree lines. And then you want to make sure you're cutting on the 4.5. Now, if you're doing a lot of them, which of course you will for this, my top tip is to just put a bit of post-it note or sticky note just to the outside of the line you're cutting, because then you don't have to keep counting it, you can see it. And then you're going to just take your rotary cutter and introduce it into the teardrop at the beginning and slide it up on the left and right of your square. You're going to lift and remove those pieces and turn your square so that your cut edges are now top and bottom. And you're then going to realign those stitch lines.
And it's
along
important
those-
to get those white dotted diagonals through your piece lines,
Yep,
isn't it, on
it
both
is,
directions?
because then your 45-degree is on that corner. So the cut lines that we've just done are now underneath those horizontal 4.5-inch lines, and I can repeat that right and left cut up at those marked intervals. And I
Because
end
even
up...
though you're taking off the slightest
Yeah,
amount, it is what
whispers.
gives your block amazing accuracy.
Yeah, and it means that when you come to put all the elements together, everything is perfect and lines up as you need it.
It's really
So
worth
that's
doing,
giving
isn't it?
My 4.5-inch square. So
If
that's
you've ever
one
wondered
use.
why your borders don't fit or things don't turn out the size they're meant to, that just shows you, doesn't it? Seeing that little bit that Susie removed, if you don't remove that even though it's only a few threads, it adds and adds
Yeah.
and adds.
But it also distorts because those threads, you'll notice none of those cuts were the same size.
Right.
So if you start adding those in unevenly, even along their length they weren't even.
Right.
You'll end up with a banana-shaped quilt, which
I
may be what you want.
banana-shaped quilt. Not on this occasion.
Most of us would quite like it to be reasonably square.
Yeah, reasonably square is good enough for me, I think.
Yeah.
We've got a question.
Yes.
This is from Jane, who says, "Hi, why are the blue-handled scissors snake-like?" Thank you.
Hannah loves these, don't you?
Yes. Why are they snake-like, Susie?
So these are ambidextrous scissors, so you can use them with your left or right hand. And the idea is that you are, they're very soft grip, they're silicone soft grip, but if you have dexterity issues and find it hard to bring your fingers and thumb close together like this, you've got that extra handle that spreads that gap, so it means that the pressure on these joints is reduced. So I have big issues with arthritis in this knuckle here. So I tend to use them with a wider gate, as it were, because otherwise, by the end of a day, I can't actually move this joint very well. So that is why they were invented. So it gives you people with joint issues just a little bit less strain on your joints.
And they can be used left-handed or right-handed?
Yeah, these are left and right-handed, and they're very sharp. So they are perfect for all your embroidery, your snipping, EPP, everything.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for that brilliant explanation. That was very worth listening to. I like that. Now, last look at the quilt. This is the Mansfield Park Gate quilt. It's 60 inches square. It's a brand new quilt today. Now, it should be £149.99. You're saving a whopping third on the price. You're saving £50, making it under £100, £99.99. There are 3 split pays available. So 33 to get it home. I've got 15 kits left. There's about 50 of you with it in your basket. So last 15 chances and then it's gone. You get all of the fabrics included inside to make the 60-inch square quilt. They are reproduced really rather faithfully from Jane Austen and her mother and her sister's original coverlet. And then they've been sort of expanded, haven't they?
Yes. They've added in, just to tell the story, because obviously the books have more characters than there were types of fabric. And to tell the story in book format, which is how Cindy from Riley Blake wanted to do it, rather than tell the story of the coverlet. She wanted to tell the story of the books. She had the designers come up with stylised fabrics just to complement those core ones as well.
They're so beautiful. All of these different fabrics, all included. You get loads of each one. You also, of course, get your full pattern, and it's completely beginner-friendly. And even though when you look at it, you think, gosh, is that very complicated? They're simple, basic skills. So if you're pretty new to quilting, don't think this isn't for you. It absolutely is. You've got all those basic strip piecing, half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flying geese, stitch and flip. Those are the methods you use. You don't use any templates. There's no foundation piecing. This is all basic piecing skills. And at 60 inches square, completely doable, start to finish, on your domestic sewing machine. Yes, including if you've got a small sewing machine.
You could hand sew it.
You could hand piece it.
You could hand piece
for sure.
If you wanted to. Good luck, but you could.
Susie, very, very kind of you to stay on for an extra 15 minutes. We're going to go to a break now, and we'll see you in about 45 minutes, Susie.
You will.
Your second show. We're doing bags, aren't we?
We are doing bags with this glorious fabric, though, which is very exciting.
Yeah, it is. I'll hang on to this quilt kit. I think it's highly unlikely that I'll have any of these left. There are only 15 left now. But if there are, I'll show it you again before the end of the day. All right, we'll go to a quick break. I'll see you after this with some more tools.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Roberts here. I'm just here to wish you a very Merry Christmas. Thank you so much to everyone that's watched, bought or messaged into the show this year. I absolutely love the Sewing Street family. So have a lovely Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I will see you in January 2025 with new sewing tools. Merry Christmas everyone!
Hello to all the Sewing Street family out there. I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy New Year, filled with lots of sewing and creativity. I'm especially looking forward to getting back to work in the new year to bring you lots of new projects and lots of new designs. But in the meantime, take this opportunity to just enjoy spending time with all those loved ones at this really special time of year. And I will really look forward to seeing you in 2025. Lots of love. Take care. Merry Christmas.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I've got some lovely things in this hour. I'm going to have to get through them quite speedily. We're going to start with this incredible fabric mega bundle. Now, I don't know if you were watching on Christmas Day. This launched on Christmas Day. It is the best of two worlds colliding in glorious colour. Kaffe Fassett's recoloured some of our most favourite William Morris fabrics. And created this Kaffe Fassett times William Morris incredible collection. So William Morris's designs, Kaffe Fassett's colours. Now, I have only 2 of these bundles left. We cannot make any more. It's crashing as well. This is the best price, £230 and 29 pence. And that is for 31 fabrics. Now, there are 32 fabrics in the whole collection, but one of them we just cannot get. It's one of these, isn't it? It's one of these. And we just can't get any more of it. So this mega bundle has 31 different fabrics in it. They are absolutely amazing. You can see William Morris's trademark designs, absolutely beautiful designs, but you can also see very clearly Kaffe Fassett's trademark colours. So if you absolutely love William Morris, but you also love, I mean, look at that glorious colour. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Again, that just amazing. This is a canvas. Love that. Oh, I tell you what, look at that one. That is beautiful. Something like that. Wow. Really gorgeous. You know, there's an almost, the combination of Kaffe Fassett and William Morris is almost giving me Tula Pink vibes. Do you know what I mean? It's like if you add together William Morris and Kaffe Fassett, look at that one. This one's sold out on its own. So if you love that and you want to get hold of that, this is the only way to get hold of it from us. Wow. I'm going to pop those to one side. I'm barely halfway through. These fabrics are stunning, aren't they? Now, that again, look, that to me, what a glorious colour combination. Vibrant, fun, a little bit cheeky. Little bit cheeky, isn't it? You know? Oh, hello. Someone's a bit saucy. Oh, that is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Really gorgeous colour combinations. Now these, can you imagine the different ways you might use these? Bag making, glorious quilts, dressmaking, hats, accessories. That's a stunning one. That's absolutely stunning. These two, absolutely gorgeous. Oh, hello. Hello. Wow, that's a bit gorgeous. I mean, just amazing. Now, 7 of you have this in your baskets. I've got 2. And that's it. We cannot remake this bundle. We cannot remake it. Now, what we have available by the half metre individual fabrics is on pre-order. If you want to have a look, I'm going to pick a couple out, a couple of my favourites to do by the half metre. But if you want all of them, all 31 fabrics, this is the best way to get them. Oh, Paul has messaged in with a Christmas joke. I love a Christmas joke. She says, "Morning, Stuart. What do you get if your ear Christmas decorations tinselitis?" If you swallow them, maybe. I've just ruined it. I've ruined it. I'm terrible. Yeah, I sort of did. Sorry, Paula, I mangled that, didn't I? That is a good one, Ollie. I'm going to tell that one. Two snowmen side by side. One says to the other, "Here, can you smell carrots?" That's a really good dad joke. That is absolutely glorious, isn't it? Absolutely glorious. So pretty. Sort of two worlds colliding. But actually, I almost think, why hasn't this been done sooner? Because now I've seen it done, it seems so obvious, you know, for Kaffe to recolour these classic fabrics. Just fabulous. Only 2 bundles left. Now I'm going to pick a couple of my favourites out to do by the half metre. I'm going to pick this one because I think this is absolutely amazing. This is, you got it. I think that's absolutely stunning. It's absolutely recognisably William Morris, but those colours are just pure Kaffe Fassett. Delicious. If you wanted to mix these with some mixers, then I would go to Kaffe's Aboriginal Dots or his Polka Dots. Would be brilliant bedfellows with these prints. A Tula stripe, a Tula True Colours, absolutely stunning. Or I would be looking at Sewing Street's beautiful Rose and Hubble solids as well. Ah, thank you, Fran. She says, what do you get if you eat Christmas decorations? Tinselitis. That makes sense. Brilliant. That's the price for half a metre. Now, you will notice £8.49 a half metre. If you buy the mega bundle, you are paying £7.49 a metre. That's how, or £7.49 per half metre. That's how your discount works there. I'm going to grab a couple of other fabrics out as well. I think, well, I'm going to go same print. I love that print. I love that print. It's absolutely stunning. Do you know what I mean? That could be a Tula print, couldn't it? So I think if you love Kaffe, if you love William Morris, but equally if you love Tula, fabulous. By the half metre, this one, this ends 9/8, BVUI 9/8. I think this is a study. This would be so beautiful for dressmaking. This would also be absolutely amazing to use for a wide border or a strippy quilt. So if you cut wide strips and then had pieced blocks in between them and had vertical strips, that would look stunning. Gorgeous, isn't it? 849.5 metre. And also as well, the other thing that I'm just noticing on this fabric is that this is the regular quilt weight cotton weight. So you know with Kaffe Fassett fabrics, Kaffe Fassett collective fabrics, they are printed on a lighter cotton, normally, his own fabric. These are your regular quilt weight cotton weight. One more I'm going to grab. Now, that one's sold out, hasn't it? Oh, this is lovely. Wow. Love that. This one is MFU1I04. I've only got 5 metres of this left, though. This is why we can't remake the bundle. Something like my Weekender bag from Bags for Life, made in this, would be stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Or a shirt. Can you imagine a shirt made in that? I've only got 4 metres left of this now, though. Only 4 metres of that. Right, let me just remind you of that mega collection. 31 different fabrics, half a metre of each. Your price reduction means that each half metre is costing you £7.49 instead of £8.49. That is a big saving across 31 different fabrics. I've got 1 bundle left. When it's gone, it is gone. We can't remake this bundle. We don't have the fabrics. We don't have the fabrics. If you want to grab this bundle and make yourself a £32.90 saving, now's your chance. There are split pays available. 76.76 is your split pay to get it home. Last one, though. Wow, okay, that is glorious. I'm going to push this forward. I want to kind of keep it close to me because we're going to have a look at the threads that go with. This is Kelmscott by Kaffe Fassett. This is 12 beautiful reels of thread, Orifil thread. Now we know Orifil, incredible quality, absolutely loved by quilters, appliqueurs, dressmakers, thread artists, stitch artists. Absolutely love Orifil. Lots of the biggest names in the quilting world have teamed up with Orifil to create their own collections. Now this range goes with the fabrics that I've just shown you. And if I just kind of bring this forward for a second, you absolutely get that sense of the mixing. However, earlier on I showed you in the 8 a.m. how these go with batiks, how these go with other styles of fabric. So it's not a case of this only goes with this. There are some really, really beautiful shades here. Now your price per 100 metres on this is 60 pence. And I think that's the easiest way to understand the value in this box, because I'm used to paying £2.50 for a 100-metre reel of thread. And the simple fact of the matter is that I buy the same few colours over and over and over again. Quilting-wise, neutrals, navy, this soft bluey lilac, and this bright pink, absolutely brilliant for quilting almost anything. You know, these greens, fab. This is gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Love these neutrals, they are super useful. Now, £94.99, you're making a fabulous saving there. This box of thread should be £107.99. So you're making a fabulous saving there. But at £94.99, you're paying just 60 pence per 100 metres of thread. This is the Christmas Day price. So if you missed the show on Christmas Day, I did tune in actually, 8 a.m. I tuned in, and I tuned in throughout the morning to see what John and Alice and Marion were getting up to. It looked like a wonderful morning. But if you missed that and you missed out on the threads, we're giving you the Christmas Day price. Beautiful. Now, the management are back in the building, and they have done something rather fabulous. We were not expecting this. We did not know this might happen. Otherwise, we would have told you earlier on. This is a brand, and we've never ever done this before. I'm just going to grab the Tula Pink Aliso iron. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? We've never done this before. It's never ever gone this low. Should be £164.99. This is the Tula Pink Aliso iron. Now, we use this all the time, and we all love the Aliso iron. So many features on this iron. Without the Tula Pink collaboration, of course, the Tula Pink collaboration makes it really, really special. That gorgeous hot pink colour, the fabulous decals around the bottom. Do not feed the fish. If this has been on your wish list for ages and you've been waiting for the right time, trust me, today's the right time. You've got that 360 ball, so that it doesn't matter which position you're in trying to do your ironing. If you like to iron a bit towards you, a bit away from you, a bit round, can you see how the lead just twists and turns around? It's not getting knotted, it just turns around regardless of which way I move. You've got that vertical steam. You've got the little legs that pop out so that when you put it down, it hovers. You've got your fabulous heat control, 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spots. You've got spray. You've got steam, extra blast of steam. You've got the fabulous sole plate as well. This is the Rolls Royce. It really is the Rolls Royce of irons. It's on a lot of wish lists. I know a lot of people, the minute this came out, there were many of you that jumped straight and bought it. But if you've been waiting for the best price ever, today's the day. Now, let's have a little look around. Our price currently, £164.99. If you go to Amazon, it's £192.99. Let's not muck about. That is a massive, that's almost £30 more, £28 more. Okay, and that's our current price, £164.99. You could pay £192.99. We know we're already competitive. We're very competitive. Here's another price comparison. £185. £185. Okay. So we're already really competitive, and you might wonder why today we're doing something really, really special. Another price comparison. We're getting better. We're getting closer. This is so hot. £170. But that is still £5 and a penny more than our current price. Now, for the first time ever, we're going to do this. Never been done before, £149.99. That's the lowest we've ever gone on this iron. That is the lowest we've ever gone. But we're not staying there. Are you ready? If you've really been coveting this, really wanting the Tula Pink Aliso iron, this is the big, full-sized Aliso iron. We're already at the lowest price ever. I mean, Hannah, honestly, why aren't we just staying there? Why are we going lower? We've seen the price comparisons. $192.99 on Amazon. 180, 170. We're normally $164.99. We've gone under 150, but we are going lower. But you will need to be quick checking out. Hannah, I'm absolutely on the edge of my seat. Let's do it now. Wow. Okay, this is good. This is good. Okay, the management have clearly had a fantastic rest and are feeling jolly coming back to work. Loads of you checking out. $129.99. Now remember, our usual price is $164.99. That price drop is unprecedented. I thought going under £150 was amazing. At $150, that is $42.99 lower than Amazon. But and then, you know, let's go even lower than $149.99. I thought we were going to go $139.99, but we have gone right down to $129.99. Loads of you on the phone lines, loads of you checking out online as well. Well done if you've finally, you've got it. You've got it. I don't know why we didn't stop at $149.99, but our boss said, look, let's do something really special today. We're back in after Christmas. New year, new attitude, new iron. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And we know it's on a lot of people's wish lists. It's such a beautiful piece of kit. And not just looks beautiful, but feels really beautiful in your hand, works beautifully, has those really sort of special features like that sole plate. The heat is so evenly distributed. You've got that fabulous detailing tip there. You have a really long, I mean really long cord, so that if you need it plugged in one side of the room, you're working the other side. If you're in village halls or something like that, community centres for your classes, you've got a really nice long reach. And also, for me, this is brilliant, this 360 sort of ball and socket joint on your cable. It seems like, you know, a bit of a kind of geeky, does it make that much difference? But anyone who's ever picked up an iron and got in a twisted knot knows that this is just a dream. If you're left-handed, or when I'm ironing, frankly, I've got one of those real big ironing boards. I iron down here with my right hand, and then I pass to my left and I keep going. And this is just never going to get tangled. That ball just turns around and adjusts. It's a 360-degree cord pivot. The price comparisons this morning have absolutely blown my mind. If you go to Amazon, you will pay $192.99. And, you know, with my Prime membership, I'm going to get free delivery. Big deal. Big deal. I would rather pay $4.95 postage and get it for $112. I would rather pay $4.95 postage and get it for $149.99. Or actually, even our regular price of $164.99 plus P&P is still streets ahead of Amazon. This website right here has reduced theirs to our price of £164.99. They had it on RRP £217.99. Okay? They matched Sewing Street's original price. Well, you'd have to, wouldn't you? Because Sewing Street are so competitive on price. But we've gone one better and said, you know what? There's nothing to compare this to, but you know, Christmas is over and done with. You might want to treat yourself. Kate from Merseyside has said exactly what we're thinking. Wow, wow, wow. Absolutely. If it's been on your wish list, this is the answer to those wishes. This is the price you've been waiting for, $129.99. Please don't feed the fish. Take advantage while we are feeling gloriously twixt Christmas. Plus split pay, says Judy. Well, exactly. £43.33. You know, yes, you know, I'm lucky. I had some money for Christmas. Okay, so I've got a little bit of money in my spends fund. Not enough to buy the iron outright, but definitely enough for that first split pay. So that's great. And Judy, you're absolutely right to point out split pay. If you've never used it before, 0 interest, 0 forms to fill in or credit checks. It's literally just an option, a box to tick to say, yes, I would like to pay $43.33 today instead of $129.99. Normally, if you want to get the absolute best price, the sale price, or this isn't a sale price, this is just a, do you know what? It's between Christmas and New Year. Let's do something to put a smile on everyone's faces price. But normally, to get those prices, you have to pay the whole amount in one go. You don't today. You can get split pay. I couldn't resist it. Wow, I've treated myself. Jane, you do right. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm glad that we've been able to do something which has made this iron something you can get home now. We should have got Hayley in to explain herself for this. What are you thinking? I love it. I'm not questioning it. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. You know, we were already, I think, the most competitive place to get the Aliso Tula Pink iron at $164.99. But we've not just gone one better. We've gone a lot better. That's £30+ off. £35 off. Over 20%. Sue in Torpoint says, my, are the management okay? Don't ask me. Obviously too full of cheese, wine and confused what day it is. Oh, Sue, I have had my Christmas brain for about the last 2 weeks. I keep saying to Charlie, what day is it, Charlie? Is it Tuesday? What day is it, Charlie? Is it the weekend? Any other time of the year, you know, he'd be saying to me, are you feeling okay? But of course, we all know what Christmas brain is. But that's amazing. Well, that's a real Christmassy, lovely price, isn't it? The stocks are dwindling, though. Let me just say, the stocks are dwindling. It is, you know, ironing is probably not what most people go into quilting for because they like ironing fabric. However, I always say, if you can love every process in quilt making, then why not make it a joy from start to finish? And this just makes ironing a joy. It makes it easy. Veronica from Northumberland says, wow, a late Christmas present to myself. Brilliant. Oh, Veronica, I don't think you're the only person doing that today. And the thing is as well, you know, I've had some lovely Christmas presents, but there are 1 or 2 things which I thought that I might get that I didn't get. Charlie will ask me after the show now, what didn't you get? What was that gift? But, you know, this is when you can think, well, you know what? Now that's a really special price. I am going to treat myself and I am going to get that because this is the best price we have ever done. Just look at that. Little bit of a queue on the phone line. None of us had any idea that we were going to do this amazing price today. So apologies if you are having to wait on the phone lines, but our fabulous customer service team are working through as quickly as they can. Remember, it's a free phone number. It's UK. They're in the building with us. We pass each other and say good morning all the time. Just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lovely big reservoir for water in there as well. Lovely big reservoir. Just a point as well, you can turn the lift and lower off on your machine. So if you're somebody that likes to put their iron down on their block and let it sit there for, 10 seconds or whatever, you can either keep your hand on it If you take your hand off, it will lift, but you can turn that lift and lower function off temporarily. They are beautiful, beautiful irons. The Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce. Now, we all fell in love with the Aliso iron, I think, thanks to Missouri Star Quilt Company. But Tula Pink has teamed up with Aliso to create this collaboration. It features goldfish from her besties print, treading water, capturing Tula's iconic style and whimsical nature. But let's not forget the quality of the iron is phenomenal. It really is the Rolls-Royce of irons. You've got things like that 360-degree cord pivot. You have a really long cord as well, which if you're using that vertical steam function to freshen up your curtains, for example, or your duvet cover. I mean, my mum was always there over the bed like this, freshening up. You've got that really long cord that just seems to keep going, which just makes it so much easier to move around with your ironing. You've also got that incredible sole plate. The heat is so evenly distributed. You've got that detailing tip at the top as well. That means that you can get, so if I just show you what I mean there. So if you've got a pleat that you're ironing, look how far in you can go. You see? So this is actually going in between the sole plate and the top. So if you're ironing pleats in a skirt or perhaps in curtains, it's just a brilliant feature. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Now, when you're iron, which is a question from Diane, she says, does it switch off when it lifts up? No, it doesn't. So each time it lifts, the iron's still on. It does have a switch off function. So if you leave it for a certain amount of time, 30 minutes like this, it will switch off completely. If it was knocked over, so it was, say, on its side, it would switch off after 30 seconds. But just like in this position, it will switch off completely after 30 minutes. But no, so you haven't got that sort of annoyance of it having to warm up again every single time you let go of it. Diane says, this wasn't something that I was coveting, but I have just bought one. Well, it is the Rolls-Royce of irons. And you're saving over 20% on our price. If you compare that with the Amazon price of $102.99, the price we're selling it at is just defies belief. Absolutely incredible. What is the price difference, please, between $192.99 and $129.99? It's £63. That is a lot. That's almost like a third off from Amazon's price, but it's over 20% off our price. Fabulous. Absolutely brilliant. Well done if you've got yours. I know so many people have been waiting for it. Now, if we'd known about this, we would have done a little advert. We'd done a VT. We'd have been talking about this for days. But yes, perhaps a little too much cheese was eaten, a little too many celebrations. Well, take advantage. Take advantage. Well done if you've got yours. How lovely. Now, there is a queue. We are aware. We're going to take a little break now. When we come back, Susie Duncan will be with me. We've got not one, but two fabulous bags. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you after the break.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello everybody. myself wishing you a happy and healthy Christmas and New Year. Thank you for all your help over the past months, and stay well.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Hello, Janet Clare here. You may not recognise me, I haven't got my penny on. Just here to wish you all a very, very happy holiday and Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you so much for joining me and supporting us all through 2024. It means a great deal to us as a small business, and we're going to rest up and bring you lots of exciting new products in 2025. So, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
How is it Christmas again? Anyway, I just wanted to pop in and say thank you for all your love, your support, your messages, your fun. It's been a brilliant year, hasn't it? So I'd like to wish you and yours a very, very Merry Christmas and the happiest of New Years.
Oh gosh, it's been the last few minutes have been absolutely wild in the aisles. If you're just tuning in and wondering what the fuss is all about, we've just dropped the price for today of the Aliso Tula Pink Pro Plus Smart Iron. This is the big iron. This is the one that's been on everyone's wish list since before it came out. Morning, Stuart, says Win. I wasn't going to buy anything, but hey-ho, I've been wanting an Aliso for ages, and it jumped into my basket. Well, Win, well done you. You know, so many of you have gone for this iron today. This is the lowest price we have ever done it to. It should be $164.99, and according to Amazon, it should be $192.99. But today, here on Sewing Street, $129.99, and the best news, 3 split pays, $43.33 to get it home. Normally, if you want to take advantage of the very best price, you have to pay all of the amount in one go, don't you, to get it to take advantage. But you've still got 3 split pays, so spread the cost between December, January, and February. Still getting that never seen before price of $129.99. This is the one that's been on everyone's wish list since before it came out. There were waiting lists for this iron, and everyone I know who's got one has absolutely loved it. We use it all the time in the studio. It is just the Rolls-Royce of irons. Beautiful features, amazing features actually. But you've also got that fabulous decal from Tula Pink, that bright pink and turquoise colour. It's just stunning. Absolutely stunning. Susie's going to be using it this hour. I'm sure we'll get Susie's opinion. You love it, don't you, Susie?
I do. I have one. It is just, I couldn't live without it. It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, yeah.
For everyone who's waited until now to get their Aliso iron, didn't waiting a little while pay off?
Absolutely.
I mean, gosh, you're making a massive saving there. Absolutely massive saving. Our normal price, $164.99. I thought dropping it to under £150 was where we would stay, $149.99. But we took another £20 off on top of that, under £130. Such a cool iron. Such a cool iron. Now, talking of cool, Susie's first hour this morning was the Mansfield Park Gate Quilt. Now, this has all but sold out. This is all but sold out. I've got 3 kits left. Should be $149.99. This is the day for big savings, isn't it? 60 inches square, featuring the gate of Mansfield Park, surrounded by hollyhocks and roses, and then those beautiful borders around the edge. Now, you've got that wonderful vintage look, but modern, easy piecing. No fussy cutting required, no paper piecing required, no templates either, no hand piecing or Y-seams. It's strip piecing, half square triangles, quarter square triangles, stitch and flip. That's it. That's it. All beginner friendly and a size that you can make on your domestic sewing machine from start to finish, including the quilting. You get all of these incredible fabrics. These are all taken from and inspired by Jane Austen's very own quilt that she made with her sister and her mother. And then, on top of all of that and that glorious pattern, you've got the most beautiful keepsake box, which features the garden of Mansfield Park inside. And then when it closes up, it is designed to look like a book, which I just think is so special. You'll want to keep this, you'll want to repurpose this, perhaps as a sewing box or a sewing kit. Absolutely beautiful. I have 3 kits left, but I have over 50 of you trying to buy it. So I just need 3 of you to check out your baskets, and we can all go home and have our tea. Now, Susie's got some amazing kits this hour. Oh, 2 left now. One more's gone. 2 of the kits left. Right. Let's have a look. Now, Susie, you've used some of the Mansfield Park collection, haven't you?
I have.
For this.
I have indeed, yes. This is for the triple...
I'm going to
Well, for both of them, yeah.
So here is, this is a big, beautiful bag. This is the 3-striped tote bag, a really generous size. Love the contrast stripes. Can you see as well, you've got these little flanges. That's an incredible price. $22.99. Now that's for a full kit. You get 4 fat quarters. So you get your gorgeous gold linen texture. You also get your 3 fabrics from the Mansfield Park. And you're also getting your kit for the 3-striped tote bag. What sort of level bag maker would I need to be?
Oh,
Susie?
absolute beginner.
Absolute beginner. Brilliant.
Yeah. Obviously, if you're not, and you've been making bags for ages, then you've got a very easy, quick, put-together bag, which is where it came from, because I desperately needed a massive bag to take camping. So.
Yeah. And it is a really lovely big bag.
And you don't have to give it massive long handles. If you don't want it over your shoulder bag, you can have it just with a shorter handle, or do what I do the long handles and then just knot them to make them shorter.
Yes.
And that actually, you know, when you carry a heavy bag with lots in for ages, you end up with a very sore hand.
Yes.
But if you do that knot technique, you don't get that because your hand has got more to grip.
I like that.
So it stops that fatigue. But yeah,
lovely.
You can definitely get a lot in that bag, believe me.
Really lovely bag. And I like the different look simply by switching the strips around. You could have them to match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or have them contrasting. Lovely. So you get your 4 fat quarters plus your pattern for $22.99. And what's inside the bag, Susie? What's padding the bag?
So I've used H640 because I didn't want it to be too structured. So some of my bags, like the ones I use to keep my rulers in, I use Bosal or in-our form. But for this one, precisely for that, because I roll it and I have it stashed in, you know, in other bags, I use H640 because it still bounces back to shape.
It really does.
And adds a bit of structure and a bit of security and padding to whatever's inside. So my eggs aren't going to smash if I use it for
very important,
shopping.
Very important.
It is, unless you want your omelette to arrive ready-made.
Ready mixed in your bag.
Yeah.
I had to buy some eggs just before Christmas.
Oh.
Because my chickens have gone on strike.
Well, I can't blame them.
They're
the weather's
on
horrible.
midwinter, you know, holiday.
Sabbatical.
So they're not laying at all.
I don't blame them. Don't blame them. Would you in this weather? It's horrible.
Normally they carry on laying through the winter. It's the first time they've ever all just completely stopped. They're like, no, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Right, that's our first kit. Now I've got a second bundle. Oh, I like the fabrics in this. Lovely. So, isn't that gorgeous? That's a Riley Blake print.
Yeah,
now here we've got the green, the light green from the Mansfield Park.
Yeah, and that's another Riley Blake as well.
Oh, it's really nice. That's a gorgeous combination. I can already see what the bag's going to look like.
Yeah, you can, can't you?
Then you've got that navy solid. That's absolutely yummy. $22.99 again. You get your pattern included. Just add some H640. Or you could use quilt wadding. You could use H250.
Yeah.
Just a medium weight fusible interfacing.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or Bosal in our form.
Yeah, yeah. It's bag making is a great way of using up those wadding pieces that are trimmed off.
Yes.
And because you can always join wadding
You can.
and H640 with a zigzag.
Yeah, or the batting tape. I love the batting tape that you can just fuse on and
I just do a quick zigzag.
make yourself a Franken batting.
I
as
love
I like
that.
to call it.
I love that.
Frankenbatting.
Sounds like it should be a new form of German sausage brand. Though,
I agree.
doesn't it?
Right, grab that while you can. $22.99 for that. So both to make the 3-stripe tote bag, and then you've got that fabulous pattern that you'll make again and again and again. Now, if you want the physical pattern on its own, a printed pattern, full demo on the 15th of August of this year. Won't be demoing today, but if you want a full demo, 15th of August 2024, works really well with this collection. So this is for the printed pattern, $9.99. Uses 4 fat quarters. And then do we need a separate fabric for the lining?
No.
No?
No. You literally, everything you get, you use.
Fantastic.
And there's even a dividing pocket inside, so you've got separation inside if you wanted to. If you didn't want to, you don't have to, or you could make that into a patch pocket. You could put a zip at the top of it instead of just doing a top stitched edge. So you can personalise it to suit your needs.
Yeah.
Or not put any divider in at all, so it makes it even more voluminous, which would make it great for like beach bags and things.
It's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A message across the bottom. This is from Wendy. She says, "Morning, Stuart and Susie. It was me purchasing the kit leaving just. I grew up in Hampshire, just a mile away from Jane's home.
Oh.
Happy New Year, both." Oh, that's lovely. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, lucky you. It is beautiful. If anyone has got time on their hands, they're in that vicinity near Winchester. It's Chawston Village. It's absolutely lovely day out. It's a real tread back in time. It is just beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Really is
absolutely
lovely.
wonderful. Over half of this bundle have sold out. Well done if you've got yours. I literally have single figures left. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you want the digital download of the pattern, we've got that. We've got that. So this isn't a physical pattern. This will be emailed to you, and then you download and print it off, or you can just read it off your computer screen or tablet. Now, when you go to buy this, you don't put it in your basket. You literally just click on the button that says purchase, okay, and you'll get it straight away. Okay, so you purchase it straight away, and it's an instant download, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, you'll get an email with the download on it, and you can be sewing today. Yeah. Great way of doing it. Right, so that's the 3-stripe tote bag. All right, now, I have a brand new project from Susie to share with you today. This is really cute. This is the book bag, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So cute, because it's 4 books, but also you can see, look, you've got the books on the front in a little stack on the library shelf. But then if you turn the bag around, you've got the books stacked up in a pile. And you've also got a lovely pocket on the outside of the bag, plus a lovely roomy interior. Again, what sort of level of bag maker do I need to be?
Oh, beginner.
Great.
It's straight edges. There's nothing cut on the bias. It's all straight. But you'll learn handle making techniques, adding a pocket in, how to box corners.
Great.
So it's a good one to start with. It's not a massive project, so it doesn't take long to put together. And it's good for any age as well. I mean, it's great for little people because it's not too voluminous.
Yeah, it's a good sized bag, isn't it?
It's a good handbag size, so if you wanted to add a magnetic clasp or a snap clasp, you could.
Yeah, if you do want to add a snap clasp, have a look in the 8 a.m. hour, because I had 3 magnetic snaps for a very good price.
Ooh.
So, gorgeous. So this is the new project. Let me grab the kits. So I've got one which is the same as this right here. So you've got that grey solid, then you've got the rose pink from the Mansfield Park, the mint green, You've got a
Duck egg.
misty blue.
Duck egg.
Duck egg, thank you. Duck egg. And then you've also got that gorgeous greeny gold.
Yeah.
This is also a Riley Blake.
Yeah, heirloom, I think that was called.
Gorgeous. And that creates this lovely bag here. That is really pretty. Really cute.
And you can fit a lot of books in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a nice sturdy bag too. So
Yeah.
if you like going to the library, if you go to book club.
Yeah, I
something like
belong
that.
to a lot of book clubs.
Do you? That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of books to be
I
reading every
read
month.
a lot. I read a lot.
Nice.
Yeah. So my challenge every Christmas is to reread Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol. And I normally do it Christmas Eve. I've got 10 pages left that I haven't yet managed to do because I've been reading other things.
Yeah.
So I've got to finish that today.
Gosh, I'd do well to read that book in the whole year.
Oh, no, it's fab.
I must read more.
But
New
yeah,
Year's resolution.
I've got 5 books and they all fit in here, and my notebook, my reading log fits in as well. So that's where it came from.
Fab.
That's where it came
Fab. It is a lovely bag. So you could also, of course, because it uses fat quarters, you could dive into your stash and remake and remake. You could even put feature fabrics here, ones that look like books. You could embroider the names of books.
Yeah, which is what I've done on this one. So on
you
that
did.
one, I did you know how you get the foiling on the ends of books? So I used decorative stitches. So it's a perfect opportunity to delve into your decorative stitch library on your machines, or do some hand sewing. But on this one, because this was the Jane Austen core fabrics, I've used the titles of the novels as my bookends.
Yeah,
Got them
it's
all
gorgeous.
on there.
Right, so that is kit number 1. I've got a second kit. Same bag, but different combination. So you've still got some fabrics from Mansfield Park. You've got that gorgeous green, the dark teal. You've got the dark grey again. Oh, this is a lovely combination. I love the multicoloured.
Yeah, the garden layout, yeah.
That is stunning. Just a lovely combination of fabrics, actually.
That's the one I'm going to demo in as well.
It's what, sorry?
That's the one I'm demoing.
You're going to demo with that, brilliant,
Yeah.
thank you. And then you also get your physical pattern. So all of the kits come with a physical printed pattern for the pocketed bookcase bag. These are great fabrics, aren't they? I love this new range. Now, if you want the physical pattern on its own, we've got that. It's brand new today. It is $9.99 and goes through step by step how to create your piled books, your books on the shelf, and how to then make them up into a bag. Nice and easy to do. So the details on screen, YHS459, that is the physical pattern. And then if you want a downloadable pattern instead, now the good news with the downloadable is if this is the only thing you're buying today, no P&P. So you will literally pay $9.99 for the pattern, and that's it. $9.99 HWS440, different item number for the downloadable pattern. Okay, super. Right. Oh, yes, let's do H640.
Oh,
let's do H640.
Need a
How
bit of that.
much H640 do I need for the bookcase bag?
So your 1/2 metre will be way more than you need, so you'll have leftovers.
So that's the bookcase bag.
Yeah.
Would 1/2 metre be enough for the 3 striped tote? Just enough.
Just enough, and I think if you want your handles wadded, which I haven't,
Yeah.
you will need to use some of your scraps up for
Fine.
that.
Okay.
But 1/2 metre will just do.
Great. Great. So that's $5.99. So if you're making one of each, you'll need a metre of this. 2 units. Okay, lovely. Great. Susie, what can you show us? You're going to be showing us how to do the bookcase bag, aren't you?
I am, yes. Yeah, not the 3-stripe one. The first thing you have to decide is which fabric is going to do what, because you get the same amount of each fabric. Because they're all fat quarters.
Sure.
So you do have to decide that before you start cutting. And my advice is either write it on your pattern or a post-it note so you know which is which, because you'll get confused otherwise. And as with most of my patterns, I've given it an alphabeticalised key for pieces rather than, say, the 4.5 by 3.5 inch piece. So I've also labelled my quilt clips accordingly.
Got you.
But that obviously is me. You don't have to do that at all. It's not obligatory. It just makes life very easy.
Yeah, sure.
If you don't, the handles I've made are, you cut from leftover fabric. So cut everything and then see what you've got left and decide what you want to use for your handles. And you will have leftovers, but you can then use the pieces to coordinate as you desire. And the instructions for making handles are there. They're open. You don't have to neaten the ends because they're sewn into the top of the bag as you go. So you don't have to neaten any ends. So you can use the maximum width of fabric that you've got. Then what I would suggest you do is lay out the two sides with the pieces. And because they're A to Z, well, in this case, A to W, it's quite easy to do that. And then you can start piecing them. So the first thing you'd do is the upright books, which give you a pocket.
Oh, yes. Yes, I love the fact that there's a pocket on the front of the bag. And there it is.
I love a pocket.
Me too.
And with that one, I chose the fabric so that my lining was the backing piece for the actual front of the bag. With this one, I've used a contrast, so you'll see that pocket.
Oh, I see. So, yes.
Yeah. And because I've done it all alphabetical, you're actually going to sew it together alphabetical.
Oh, great. Well, it just makes it so much
if you
easier.
know your alphabet, then it's quite easy. So this is my layout already in position, and I've just got to sew them together. And it does matter the order you sew, because if you don't sew it in the right order, the sizing won't be there, so it won't come together. So we're going to start with, I'm starting on the left and working my way to the right. So we're going to do tops and bottoms of those. And what I tend to do, it's 1/4 inch seam allowance. What I tend to do is do all those pieces and then press them all together and then stitch them all together, if that makes sense.
Sure.
As you would for a quilt block, really. So that's my first book. The next book doesn't require any adjustment, so that's the right size. And then we come on to this one. This just needs a top to it. So it's quite a quick project. I think I made my sample in I'm going to say less than an hour, but it was probably about an hour and a half, because I then did loads of fancy Nancy's on it as well.
I do like all the fancy stitching, but like you say, you could embroider the names of perhaps your favourite novels.
Yeah.
Favourite novel, Susie?
Oh.
You only pick one.
Can I?
Yep.
Oh, that's tough. I'm going to have to go with Pride and Prejudice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Out of all books?
Well,
not just Jane Austen?
Oh, you see, I do love Alice in Wonderland.
What's it to be?
Oh, I can't decide.
Got to, Susie.
can't.
Got to.
I don't think I could. You know that thing where, is it Desert Island
Yes.
Discs, where you have to choose a book? I mean, thank goodness you get the Tales from Shakespeare, because I would be really struggling. I would really struggle to do the 10, first of all, the 10 records.
Yeah,
but also
and then you're only allowed to take one.
One other book, and then the luxury, that's
And one record as well. If you had to pick one record,
Yeah.
you had to pick one.
Yeah. Oh, I just find the longest orchestration, please.
Oh, really?
So I wouldn't get bored of listening to
What would
it.
your luxury be?
Luxury, endless fruit. Endless
really?
fruit, yes.
Wouldn't you get that anyway on a tropical
Not
island?
necessarily. Not necessarily.
I'm assuming there's an M&S food just down the road.
Well, that would be marvellous, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm kind of assuming that all the basics will be taken care of.
That would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
somehow I think not.
No.
No. But yeah, actually, no, I do like to write and doodle, so it would probably have to be a notebook, a really nice notebook.
Okay.
Or endless supply of really
Endless
nice.
paper, yeah.
Endless paper. Some plain, some squared, some ruled. I'm getting very demanding now, aren't
you certainly are.
Yeah. In other words, don't ever put me on that programme because
No.
it'll be a nightmare.
Fair enough.
Absolute nightmare. Right, so I've sewn all my book ends together. So it's pressing now. Now, because I'm going to end up putting H640 and quilting this or adding stitch details, I do like to press my seams open. It is your personal preference, but I just find it is a lot less bulky and I get a nice flat, even stitch when I put my decorative stitches on.
Absolutely. Now, you can see Susie now in action.
I know.
Using the Aliso Tula Pink. Should be $164.99. That price on screen is not a mistake, okay? It is not a mistake. It really is $129.99. We've never crashed it before. I thought we were just going under £150, but no, we've gone under £130. $129.99 is the best price we have ever even dreamed of doing the Aliso iron.
Yeah,
if you go to Amazon, it's $192.99. We found it elsewhere for £185, £170. And we did find it for £164.99, but their original price, I think, was £217.
Gosh.
Now, we are the best price around at £164.99. But Hayley, our boss, has gone one better. In fact, she's gone several better and dropped to £129.99. Now, I know so many of you have had this iron, have got this iron on your wish list, hoping for a day when the price just is perfect. This is that day. This is that day. And lots of you have gone for it. Why wouldn't you? Remember, at midnight tonight, if there are any left, the price will go back to £164.99. I ordered the Aliso. So pleased to have, though. Jill.
Absolutely.
It's the most amazing price, isn't it? It's the most amazing price.
But it's the most amazing tool as well.
Well, that's the bottom line, isn't it?
It is. It saves all that hassle and worry over using an iron. It makes ironing, I mean, I like ironing, but if you don't like ironing, you don't feel like you're ironing because it's such a pleasurable experience. I love it. Yeah.
So I must admit, Susie, I love ironing.
Yeah, I do.
I do. I love ironing. Well, because it's one of the rare occasions when I just stand still. So standing at the ironing is very restful to me, very mindful. It's good thinking time, good planning time.
It's satisfying as well because you
satisfying.
start with something scrumpled.
Yeah.
And you end up with something smooth and flat. And it's
But using a beautiful, exceptional quality iron makes all the difference.
It does, yes. Having even temperature across the entire sole plate makes a massive difference.
Yeah, you sort of assume that all irons are like that, but they're not.
No. It's
They're
not
really
until you know that they aren't, that you realise that they aren't.
Right.
And that why you have to go over a shirt 3 times to get it perfect.
Right, exactly.
But you don't
So
have
this might not just be an iron for your sewing room.
No.
Although I'm sure lots of people now are shouting at the screen saying, oh, yes, it is, Stuart.
It is, yes.
It's not going anywhere else.
Yeah, but I use mine for both.
Yeah.
I mean, everything gets ironed with this. I have been known to iron the sheets on the bed with it as well.
I said the same, my mum with duvets.
Yeah.
She'll go over the top of the duvet with the iron to sort of neaten or freshen it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And curtains, because
socks.
you can do vertical steam.
I'll iron my socks, because I can.
Yeah.
So easy.
But vertical steam on the on the curtains or
Brilliant.
blinds as well. Or if you need to freshen them, you know, a spritz with your best press, your linen fresh best press, or your lavender fields best press, and then a good old blast of your Aliso iron. Such a brilliant time to buy this iron. It has never been reduced before. It won't be this price again, ever, I shouldn't think.
Not when everybody comes off holiday and realises what we've done.
I think that price crash is a bit unprecedented. Also / completely unnecessary because at £164.99 it's the lowest price we can find anyway. But £129.99, this is one of those very, very rare occasions when, even if this wasn't the day you were planning to buy it, this is the best day to buy it because you are making such a massive saving to get the Rolls-Royce of irons home. But you split pay if that helps. $43.33 is what you pay today. You'll get it home just as soon as it's posted out. The warehouse is back open.
So all that Christmas washing, you could be ironing with it.
Yeah.
Whilst you wait for the washing machine to do its thing, you could be making yourself the bag.
You could. The bag could be made, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
So what are you doing now?
So I have put together our upright bookcase, and now I'm adding the bookshelf, and I'm doing the bookshelf that's above it as well. So
Fabulous.
they're just two pieces of one of the fabrics that I've chosen.
Yeah.
And I'm just sewing those. Now, when you sew these, when you put your bookcase together, and this is true of either the vertical or the horizontal stacks, I've designed it with beginners in mind and people like me who don't want to spend ages seam matching.
Sure.
So there are no seams to match. You are
Great.
literally joining them together.
Love that.
So, and the same is true when you come to the bookshelves. You haven't got to watch any seam matching, so you can pin them by all means. You can clip it if you want to, whatever works for you. But what I always do is, whichever way I end up doing it, whether I wing it or I clip it, I always work with the busy side up. So that's the side with all the seams upwards, because then I can see if a seam is twizzling.
Okay.
As I stitch.
Yes.
I'm sure there is a technical term, but I feel twizzle is a good one.
I think it's a good term.
So that way, as I stitch, I can keep them aligned, I can keep the hems in place, and you can use a stylus rather than your fingers to hold it down if you prefer, or the ends of tweezers.
If you want the kit that Susie's working with, we're down to single figures now. You get 5 fat quarters of gorgeous fabric. Here's your 5 fat quarters. Got that gorgeous teal, the mint, that gorgeous summery fresh sort of golds and peaches there. And then that all over garden print, the maize garden or the formal garden perhaps, and in the teal as well, plus your pattern. As Steph rightly turns out, don't iron your quilt blocks like you would your pairs of jeans and your T-shirts. Press, don't iron.
Press, yeah, we're pressers, not ironers. So it's 2 techniques, but with this iron, it doesn't matter, does it? Because you can do either. So I have, that is my pocket front done.
Great.
So if you want to add any stitching detail to this, so you want to do your book's efforts or your names on there. So if you're gifting this for somebody as a book bag, for example, or just a bag, you could put their name on there.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That would be really cute, wouldn't it? I mean, they'd make a really good new baby present with a child's book in it and a teddy bear or something.
That's lovely.
It'd be really nice. But if you're going to do any of that stitch detail, do it now. And if you're going to do font, my recommendation is to cut a piece of stabiliser interfacing and put it on the back before you stitch your font, because you'll get a much better clarity of font stitched, and you'll find that your sewing machine will be a better friend to you for stitching fonts.
So you just interface the whole back and leave it on?
Absolutely,
yep,
yes.
Great.
And that is before I do the stitching. you don't take it off, but then you can H640 or wad it, whatever you're going to use afterwards as well.
Yeah.
But I would always interface to do any font work.
Fair enough.
You don't have to for the fancy Nancy's unless it's really intricate, and then I would. But for font, I always stabilise first.
Yeah.
So once you've done all the details you want, you then get your pocket backing, and you're going to put them right sides together. And I'm not rubbish at cutting. They are deliberately, one side is bigger than the other.
Oh, I see. Like about half an inch or something.
Yeah, because what you want to do is once these are joined together, which I'll quickly do so I can show you, you're going to press them to give a sort of faux top bound edge just by creating that extra gap. Whoops, what's happened there?
Oh.
Bear with while we re-thread. Not sure. I think I.
While you rethread, Susie,
yes.
I'm just going to recap the bundles. The one that Susie's working with, single figures left now. You have got 5 gorgeous fat quarters. You've got some from the Mansfield Park. You've got a couple of other Riley Blakes and a solid there. Really nice combination of fabrics there. You've also got your pattern for the pocketed book bag. More in baskets than we've got available, so if you want that, grab it. You will need some H640. I'll show you that in just a sec. The other colourway for the pocketed bookcase bag, that's the one I've got made up right here. Really lovely combination, that. And I love the two-tone handles. You've got your 5 fat quarters there and your pattern for £24.99. I'm going to sneeze, I'm really sorry.
Oh no, bless you.
No, I'm not.
Oh, that's even worse.
No, I thought I was so close.
That's so worse.
That's you. Allergy.
Bless you anyway.
I'm allergic to coming back to work after
Are
Christmas.
You? I thought you were going to say allergic to me.
No, I've been really looking forward to it, actually. I had 8 days at home, which was absolutely wonderful. And what was really nice, Susie, was I had those days off, most of them before Christmas.
Oh, nice.
So I had proper time to get ready.
Yeah. Actually, this year was the first year where I was ahead of myself. I wasn't on Christmas Eve midnight flying around trying to sew something, make something.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Just to take a bit of time off.
Nice, yeah.
There's your good.
Was very good. So all I've done is stitch those together at the top, and then you bring the bottom edges together and put a clip or pin to hold them in place. And that then, when you come up to the top, you'll find you've got this extra band here.
Like a faux binding.
Exactly. And you can press that joining seam either up towards the binding, which will make it a bit more bulky and obvious, or you can do the other way, so it's less obvious.
Well, it sort of pads it out like a binding,
it does,
then, doesn't
yes.
it?
Remember, we are going to wad or H640 this, but once you've done all the alignment at the bottom end, you're then going to press that faux binding in and do any top stitch detail that you want on there. Remember, top stitching doesn't have to be a straight stitch either. We have how many hundreds of stitches on our machines that we don't use?
Very true, very true.
So do investigate and try something different from a chain. And depends on your machine. They've got some amazing ones that you could use as well.
A lovely message from Christine, who's joined us. She says, morning, gorgeous Susie Duncan.
Oh, thank you, Christine.
Morning, gorgeous Stuart Hiller. That's me.
Excellent.
And all the Sewing Street team.
Who are equally gorgeous.
Who are equally gorgeous. Yes, they are.
If not more so.
Yes, they are. Thank you, Susie.
Thought I'd add that in, team. Okay.
Look, just to prove it, look, there's gorgeous Ollie and gorgeous Hannah. Thank you. There we go. There we go. We're all gorgeous here, aren't we?
We are. So the next thing, once you've done the top stitching that you want to do, take all your clips or pins out from the bottom, open this back up to where you can, and put in your wadding.
Okay.
Because I have wadded the pocket. You don't have to, but I like to wad the pocket because it gives it form, stops it sagging, but it also protects anything that's in there. So if you do put your phone in there, for example, it's got a bit of extra support.
Well, I'm thinking too, an e-reader, a small e-reader might go in there, mightn't it? Yes,
it does, yes. I have one and it does.
Do you? Yes, yes. I've got one. I don't read a lot, I'm ashamed to say, but I do like a real book.
I love a real book, but this year there's been a few books that I haven't been able to get the tangible copy for what I consider a reasonable price, or in the time frame that I need, because I only get 4 weeks to read the books. So I've had to go down the e-reader book. Is
that for your book club?
Yeah.
Because of your book club?
Yeah.
Because of the book club, Hannah?
I've given one up, though, for next year.
Have you?
Yeah. Because there were 5, and that was a lot of books in 4 weeks.
Yeah, it is a lot of books.
So I have given one up. But then I got 3 books for Christmas, so my reading pile is just suddenly gone through. So that's side one. That pocket, you'll then baste stitch. So that means you go to a straight stitch on your sewing machine, turn it to the highest level you can, and 1/8 of an inch in, just stitch down the 2 sides and the bottom of that pocket onto the front of your bag.
Just to hold it all together.
Just to hold it together, and it saves you having loads of pins and clips everywhere.
Yep.
I tend to put 1 pin just at the top of the pocket here, just so that middle bit's held flat, because then it doesn't interfere with the handles when I put them on.
Good point.
The other side is pretty similar, except the books are on their side, not vertically.
Yes, it's a stack, isn't it?
Yeah, so you're adding additional ends to yours, and you can build it as you go anyway. But again, you just follow the letters and work it through, and you'll build your stash. But that builds the entire side on that. For this one, you're not then adding another pocket, you're not adding a backing to it, you just straight away build it and put your H640 or wadding on the back. That is the side. Yeah, so that's that one. I don't know how much time we've got. Do you want me to do this one?
Yes.
Shall we put it all together?
That'd be lovely. Yeah? Hey, Christine, I think you're overdoing it now. She says, very gorgeous, Hannah and Ollie.
Although accurate.
Well, you've made their day, Christine. Hi, Susie and Stuart. I set myself an early New Year resolution to read a book a week, as I have so many, and I had another bought for Christmas. That's Sue in Derbyshire.
Excellent.
It's a great plan to have, isn't it? Some people do 52 books a year, don't they?
Yeah. I think last year I managed, can't remember. I keep a book log of mine.
Oh, fab.
So I know exactly what I've read.
You know, Susie, it was lovely on Christmas Day. My phone was pinging all day of people saying, I got Bags for Life for Christmas, or I got Quilt from the Country for Christmas, or one of my books. It was so lovely.
Nice.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for wanting one of my books for Christmas.
Yeah, and it's really good, isn't it? And it's nice because a present like that isn't just a glorious book to receive, but it gives you such inspiration and focus for the following year.
Yeah, for sure. Well, one lady messaged me on Facebook, and she had got a Brother sewing machine and Bags for Life.
Oh my goodness! Well, we know what she's doing this year.
What a winning combination!
Yeah.
Stick around for 12 o'clock. By the way, I've got the Brother FS250, and I've got some great deals. I've got a couple of other machines actually, but I've got some great deals.
Awesome. So, because if you do organise yourself and label everything, it does make this whole bag project so quick and easy. Because you're not faffing about trying to find bits. And because the ends, to fill it, to get things the right size, are little pieces, I find it quite satisfying. So because I'm using up all those little odds and bits that you end up with. So I'm afraid you don't get much for your scrap box with this project.
I think that's good though. Sometimes
Yeah.
I want scraps left. Like, for example, the Mansfield Park quilt.
Yeah.
I want some little leftovers of that.
Yes, because I'd like to make matching cushions.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, with this. But it does mean, of course, that you can... Sorry, I thought I've picked up the wrong bit then. You can... there is enough left over, obviously, to choose your handles.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you wanted to add an internal pocket to it, or a pocket, you've got that ability.
Great.
How did it do that? I don't know. Right, so we're nearly there on this side as well.
It's lovely, isn't it, to have a pattern in your stash that you can sort of make in an afternoon
Yeah.
or even in a couple of hours.
This pattern, because of its size, if you don't put the handles on, it makes a really good storage pod as well to keep stuff in. Or
okay.
put the handles on, and because I use my 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler stands in mine.
Yeah.
And my other, I've got another ruler that I clip all my alphabeticalised clips onto.
Uh-huh.
But also for on the go.
Are they in
that's-
alphabetical order?
Of course.
Well, it'd be very confusing if they weren't.
Yeah, that would be a challenge, wouldn't it? Yeah, they are in alphabetical order. So, right, I'm going to press all of these and I'm going to press them open again, just so when I stitch them together they're easy. But as I said with the other side, this side I've done them so that there are no seams to match as well. So that's what makes it a really quick, beginner-friendly project as well.
Definitely.
Good one for practicing if you are a beginner, it's a good one to practice cutting sizes with your rulers.
Totally get that, yeah. Christine says, I made lots of book cushions for Christmas fairs and Christmas presents, as I believe in starting children off early with the wonders of a book.
Absolutely, yeah.
More power to your elbow, Christine, I totally agree.
I always do. That's always my newborn baby present to people, is a book bag. Yeah.
But also as well, I used to say this to a lot of parents who got very concerned that their children didn't want to read books, but their children were interested in reading things like comics.
That's fine.
Or, you know, any reading. It could be instructions, it could be recipes, you know, it could be a manual, things like atlases, history books.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Shopping list, anything.
Anything at all.
Yeah.
Anything at all.
Yeah. Shopping catalogue, absolutely anything. If they'll read it, let them. Yeah.
And actually, never ever underestimate the power of a picture book as well, even for confident readers, because you give a confident, you know, somebody who's confident in their language, a picture book, and my goodness me, the sky's the limit with the stories they can tell from those pictures. Unrestricted by the words. You know.
And it gives them a massive advantage when they come to do their own creative writing.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, this is interesting.
Ooh.
Oh, there you go. Let's solve that one.
The sewing machine just doing its own thing.
It
there.
was. I was like, I'm not touching anything.
Ghost in the machine.
Yeah, I know we were talking about Harry Potter, and I thought, oh, maybe there's a bit of magic going on.
Do you know, one of my favourite things in Harry Potter is the knitting needles that do the knitting. I love that.
Yeah. Well, I'd thought that my Christmas wish of somebody coming into, you know, like the Elves and the Shoemaker, where someone comes in and finishes your project for you.
Yes.
I thought perhaps that had come true, and perhaps I have now got a sewing machine that does it all.
Yeah, yeah.
No, sadly, I just trapped the pedal underneath the foot. So all I'm doing is stitching those books together.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to add any details to the books themselves, you just like it as a block design, then this is a super quick project.
Yeah.
Because once we've done this, where are we up to? We are pretty much, we've just got the lining to do.
Great.
Which is super easy.
And you've used H640.
Yes, I did, yes.
Love the fusibility of that.
Yes, it is. it stays fused, and it sews nicely. You can quilt through it easily, so if you want to add more quilting details once it's in place, you can.
Yeah.
It cuts nicely, although I do use a separate rotary cutter for my H640 and wadding than I do for my fabric.
Do you?
But that's personal choice. It just means I don't have to keep changing rotary blades all the time.
Susie, when you're quilting something small like a bag, do you walking foot or no walking foot?
It depends on how much and what depth of wadding I've got. For this, I didn't need to use a walking foot, but for the bigger version, so I made the same thing but bigger. Because I had spare fabric, so I just made a much bigger version.
Oh, that's nice. That's lovely.
So it's exactly the same pattern. You just cut more and bigger pieces of them.
Yeah.
That I did use a walking foot because it was so much more voluminous and the depth of fabric was greater, so I did have a walking foot on. But with this machine, it's actually very forgiving and it will allow me to do without. It does depend on your machine, don't you find that? Because I've got one machine that requires a walking foot if I've got just one layer of wadding, and I've got this one that doesn't. So
no, it's interesting.
You have to work with your machine, don't you?
Yeah, I do find with the fusible, like the NR form or the H40, because it's fused, or if you use 505, I'm less likely to use a walking foot because it's such a stable surface to quilt on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sue says, I thought my industrial sewing machine was haunted as it kept going off on its own. Then I realised the dog was sleeping behind it and was resting its head on the back of the pedal.
Yeah, my dog walks through my workroom and invariably walks and treads straight on the foot pedal.
Yes.
So I have had to rearrange my room.
This is
so
why
that
I
he
always
can't get
say,
to it.
if you're changing the needle or changing the foot, switch
lock
the
it.
machine off.
Or-
because if you're under there and the cat sits down on the pedal, or do you know, or even you could put your foot on the pedal, couldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Don't forget at 12 o'clock, I've got sewing machines, final hour, some very tempting deals in that hour. Don't forget also the Aliso iron. Oh, my goodness me. It's never, ever been crashed. And we've crashed it and then some. $164.99. At midnight tonight it will be again. Crazy. And it'll still be nearly £30 cheaper than Amazon. But at the moment you can get it for $129.99, which is unprecedented. And unnecessary, but gorgeous. 3 split pays if you'd like. $43.33, I think, is your split pay. And you can get that home in a few days. The kit that we're working on is about to sell out. We're going to change the graphics now to the other kit. Oh, sorry, that's the sample that the kit that the sample's made out of. So this kit I have a little more of. You've got that gorgeous grey, the rose pink, the mint, the duck egg and the gold. So that one is all made up right here. But really, you could completely change the look of this by what colour you use for the background, what colour you use for the outer bag.
Absolutely.
You've got fat quarters, so you can change it up. You can mix it up.
Yeah. And if you've read through the project first and you know what's doing what, you can mix up the cutting of it as well. So I have with this one, because I wanted specific fabrics to do specific things on the sides of the bag. So we've made both sides. That you would then press, add your detail and wad or H640, depending on whichever you wanted. And you're going to make up the fronts and the back, the lining in the same way. So I thought I'd show you with the lining to save a bit of pressing. So when I put my linings together, I always like to leave a turning gap on the side rather than the bottom. And the reason I do that is because you're more likely to lose things if the seam comes open at the bottom.
It's very true.
Than you are if it's on the side.
Very
and
true.
it's easier to then hand stitch closed if it's on the side than it is at the bottom. You're not fighting through to the bottom of the bag. Just personal preference, but that's what I do. Do leave yourself a decent turning gap. Don't try and fiddle it through with 2 inches, because you will hate yourself trying to do that. Although it would be your first year's challenge, I suppose. But an unnecessary
do it
one.
sometimes, Susie, and then think, why have I done
Yeah,
this?
exactly.
Because I've just made life difficult.
Yeah, or you end up unpicking a seam, don't you, a bit? Yeah. I always mark my turning gap with pins turned perpendicular to the edge of the seam, because then I remember to stop and start. And I use clips everywhere else that I'm sewing, no clips on the edge that I'm not.
Okay,
then I
good.
don't forget. It's just my choice, but everybody's different.
I always say in my bag making classes, don't be the person that doesn't leave the gap.
Yeah. Everyone does it at some point.
Yeah,
don't
of
they?
course.
And at the edges, because we're going to box the corners, you can either pivot or you can sew off the end. It doesn't matter on this occasion, because we're going to end up chopping the corners off anyway. So. Now, I've suggested a 1/4 inch seam allowance for joining your bag pieces, but if you prefer 1/2 inch, do that, but make sure you do it for the front and back, inside as well, because otherwise one will be bigger than the other and you'll get it the wrong way round. So that's got my turning gap one side one, and I usually do a lock stitch at my turning gap as well, because then I know that it's not going to come undone as I'm trying to turn through.
Yeah.
And I've reverse stitched at either end of the top of the bag. So when you come to do the corners, have we got time? I know we'll...
Yes.
Well, I won't do a
For you,
full... full. You have options with the corners. You can... I'm just trying to find a small ruler just to save time. Let's use this one. You can either measure however big you want your box to be and cut away that and then bring them together as a wide-mouth frog and sew across.
Yes.
Or you can keep the corner intact,
Yep.
which is the method in the pattern in this instance. Both bags have either method. So if you bought both patterns, you've got both methods.
Okay.
I tend to press my seam open. I use a pressing ham to get in there and press the seams open.
Yep.
And the reason for that is I can then feel that those seams are truly aligned.
Okay.
And I then measure along that seam the distance that I want, draw the line across at the set measurement, and stitch on that line, and then cut away or not, depending on how big it is, the seam allowance.
Yeah,
but use the
sometimes I leave
same
that
on
corner
everyone.
on.
Yeah, for this bag, I've actually kept it on there because in the smaller one,
Yeah.
because it actually will protect the bottom of my books when they're inside.
Oh, because there's nothing worse, is there?
Oh, I hate dog
than
ear
the
books.
corners knocked off books.
Can I just request, please don't turn page corners down. That's what bookmarks are for. That's what your scraps of fabric are for, to make yourself a bookmark. Don't turn the pages down. I hate it.
No.
Anyway, so that's how I box the corners on this. But whatever you do for one, you need to do for... Sorry. It's a pet hate, and I hate it.
I got a book out of the library once, and somebody had written notes throughout the book. Their opinions, basically, on all the margins. And it did say in the front there was a sticker from the library that said that it had been defaced, at a certain point.
It's one thing if it's a text that you're studying and it's
your
your copy.
Yeah.
But even then, I used to use sticky notes.
Yeah.
I cannot write in a book.
No, books are precious, aren't they?
Absolutely. There's a lot of time and effort people put into producing and compiling them. And to deface them, I think, is just rude. Anyway, that's personal opinion.
But if you've got any of my books at home and you want
I
to
haven't
scribble all
defaced
over
them. I promise you, I haven't defaced
I wouldn't mind. The
You
only thing-
defaced
just
it. You signed it for
deface
me.
it. I know. I always say to people, I think I've probably made this worthless now by scrawling across.
So whatever you do to your lining corners, do to your outer corners.
Okay.
If you're using the method whereby you draw the box and cut it out, my advice, tip, is to draw, cut, use that one to then do your other three
Oh, yes,
corners.
that's a great tip.
Because
Use
they
it
are
as a
all
pattern.
identical.
Yeah.
And then all you're then going to do is make your handles, put them wherever you'd like them on your outers. Just position them with a clip, but make sure they're inwards and not twisted. And then tuck that with the right sides together inside your lining. Bring the top edge together, matching your side seams. That's the only bit of matching you've got to do. Stitch around the top, turn it through, give it a good press, and then you can either, as with the sample, not do a double top with the handles. I've just literally left them top stitched. Or, as with the bigger one, I've turned them back on themselves and done that sort of box with a cross in it.
Yeah.
Just to reinforce the handles. It's entirely up to you which you do.
I think if you carry a lot of heavy books around, it's
You'll
a
double-
good idea,
Yeah.
isn't it?
But I always double stitch across the handle anyway when I'm putting the top of the bag together.
Yeah.
But again, use your fancy stitches to do your top stitching. Add a
Oh,
bit
yeah.
of detail.
And I just want to show you as well, look what Susie's done on the handle itself. Done that lovely serpentine stitch down the middle. And it just adds extra pizzazz.
It
doesn't
does, but it also gives good grip on the handle
Yeah.
and stops wear and tear on the seam where you've joined two fabrics together. So there's practical reasons as well as decorative.
Yeah. It's gorgeous. What a lovely project. If you haven't sewn before, if you haven't sewn for a while, and you're thinking, new year, new hobby, let's get into this. This is a great first project. Lots of lovely tips as well in the pattern that will really set you off on the right path. Smashing. Thank you
Is that
so
good?
much, Susie.
Yeah? Have I filled your day enough now?
Brilliant. The sample kit. So this one right here, okay, 5 fat quarters plus your pattern. I don't even have teens left. If you want this bundle, be quick. And then the pattern on its own, if you'd like. This is the physical pattern. The other bundle has sold out, by the way. If you want the physical pattern, it's £9.99. And those are the details. If you want the downloadable pattern, it's different ordering instructions. You get charged straight away, and that means it's an instant download. £9.99 again, but no postage, and it's an instant download. Now, the other bag that we've got is the 3-striped tote bag. So this is capacious and roomy, and this colourway has sold out, but I do have a second colourway, which is this one right here. I think this is very sophisticated, very rich. It's a very me colourway, this one.
It's a good winter bag colourway, I think.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
You've got that gorgeous kind of rusty colour there. You've got the mint.
Yeah, I was
You've got that gorgeous, this just brings everything together. And then you've got that navy solid. I think that is an absolute winner of a combination.
I like that.
$22.99. You've got your 4 fat quarters plus your instructions. And then if you want instructions on their own, physical instructions on their own, 15th of August this year if you want full demo, by the way, £9.99 for the physical pattern. And then if you prefer to be all super modern and paper-free, which is great, we love paper-free, you can get the download version of this pattern, and that's an instant download. And those details are coming up in a second or two. There they are.
They've gone on their Christmas holidays.
I think Hannah had already gone to break, to be fair.
She's on lunch. She's on lunch.
She's gone to lunch. She's in the canteen now. Pie and peas. Oh, if we had a canteen. Honestly, twice the size. Susie, what a brilliant morning.
Oh, I've had a lovely
Thank
time.
you
Thank
so
you so
much. Come and join me for the last minute.
Yes.
I want to give you a hug as well.
Yeah.
Wish you a very happy New Year.
And you.
It's been so lovely to see you. It's been ages.
It has been a long, long time.
We need to do a lunch.
We do.
We do.
We've got lots to catch up on.
New year, new us.
Exactly.
New venue for lunch, probably.
Ooh.
Thank you ever so much. Have a lovely New Year.
Yes, and you. Happy New Year, everybody.
Now, don't you go anywhere, because after the break, I've got an hour of sewing machines, and I'm going to be giving you lots of tips and ideas, so everything to stay around for. See you after this.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Catherine Wright here. It's been a lovely 2024 sharing my sewing and my passions with you. Wishing you all a very, very happy Christmas and a relaxing and healthy new year, and I look forward to seeing you for more sewing fun in 2025.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, it's Sandy here from Family Comforts, and I just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone at Sewing Street and all the viewers for making us have a fabulous 2024. I'd like to wish you all a really Merry Christmas and a peaceful and healthy New Year too. And we've got lots of exciting things coming in 2025, and I hope you'll come along on our journey with us then. Take care. Bye everybody. Happy Christmas.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
It's Louisa from Sew Motion. I'm just popping in to say a very Merry Christmas to everybody. I hope you get all you wish for, even if it's just a day in front of the box, relaxing with a box of chocolates and some sewing. Me and Justin, say hello, Justin.
Hello.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Wish you all the best for the new year, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Love it! It's a classic, it's a classic. Talking of classics, my goodness me. This beauty has been an absolute superstar this morning. If you hadn't heard the news, we've dropped the price for today from $164.99 to $129.99. Hayley, if you're watching, thank you so much. This is the deal that hundreds of you have been waiting for and hundreds of you have taken advantage of today. And why not? You've just made yourself a massive saving on the Aliso iron. I mean, our price at $164.99 is pretty unbeatable. But if you look elsewhere, my goodness, you could pay $192.99. Or 185, or 180, or 170. You could pay $164.99 tomorrow on Sewing Street, but I wouldn't do that. I would get it today, split pay if you want, 3 split pays available, which means that you're paying $43.33 today to get the Aliso iron. This is the Tula Pink Aliso iron home. It's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal deal. Absolutely unprecedented. And it came out of nowhere. And absolutely, genuinely, it came from there. Now, you know with me, if we've got a great deal on, I can't wait till the hour. I'm there showing it you in the menu. I always ask, can we show that in the menu? We genuinely, Hayley, who's the boss, came in sort of mid-morning and said, do you fancy, why why not? Why not? It's Twixmas, let's do it. And we were all like, hello, okay. So we couldn't wait to get it on air. But we genuinely knew nothing about it. It wasn't planned. Otherwise, we'd have done a little advert for it. I'd have certainly told you about it first thing. So well done you if you've jumped on, you know, and thought, you know what, I didn't think I was going to buy an Aliso iron today, but with that kind of saving for $129.99, we've never done it before. You know, it's a two-way relationship, isn't it? We know how loyal our wonderful viewers are, and we know how you join us every day or every week and you enjoy the shows. We love having your company on the shows, and we love bringing the best products in sewing, knitting, crochet to you. It's wonderful when we can give you a really, really good deal on something special, and thank you for being there to take advantage of it. Why not? Why not? Apart from the fact that it looks beautiful and it's stunning and it's pink and it's cool, and you know, it is also an exceptional iron, you know. And irons aren't something that most people would get terribly excited about. But if it's integral to your craft, to your job, to the thing you love doing, having the Rolls Royce of anything makes every job more pleasurable and more successful. And that's what it's all about, really. And I think most of us, as we progress through our craft, we level up our sewing machine, maybe. We buy a better pair of scissors. You know, we start investing in things like really good pins, because they do make a difference. And the Aliso iron really is a game changer of an iron. It's beautiful. The steam on this iron is fabulous. Now, steam is one of those things that divides quilters. I always use steam when I'm pressing my quilt blocks and my quilt units. Always use steam, okay? But I do it in a very, very controlled way. I put the iron on top and I do a blast of steam in situ. I don't have the steam coming out continuously. I have that turned off, but I use the steam button in situ. For example, if it's the center of a block, or I'm pressing, say, a quarter square triangle unit flat, I'll give it a blast. I don't move my iron, and then I take my iron off and I let it cool. That's my way of doing things. This isn't switched on at the moment. This shows you those little hovering feet that are out. This means that when you put the iron down, it raises itself on its little stilts and it won't scorch the fabric or the board underneath. 30 minutes left alone and it will switch off completely. If you accidentally knocked the iron over, it would turn off within 30 seconds. There's loads of lovely features. One of my favourites is the really long power cable, because I don't just use my iron for ironing at the ironing board. I do my curtains and blinds. I can freshen up pillows or cushions on the sofa in situ. Also, if you use fusible wadding for your quilts, again, you've got that big space that you can move around because of the cable. You've also got the 360-degree manoeuvrability. So lots of irons have it where it'll click from one side to the other. This is 360. This is a ball and socket joint. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. It's the best price we've ever done. We've never crashed the price. This is a very special day. A very special day. If we dropped it to $149.99, which was our first price drop, which was for about 10 seconds, Hannah, let's be honest, that would have been great. But $129.99, why not? Oh, we're just old softies here, aren't we? I'll pop it under there for now, because we've got fabulous sewing machines in this hour. I want to start off, if I may, with the Brother FS250. Plugged it in. I'm just going to switch it on. I do not have power. Oh, that's because I haven't plugged it in. Just a minute. Just a minute. Nope, I'm doing something wrong. I need power on it, please. Oh, I tell you what it is. It's this, look. Sack the presenter. Have I unplugged it now? I've probably unplugged it again. Oh, what am I like? Let's go through the slides. Let's go through. I can't turn on a sewing machine. It's too early in the day. Right, okay, right. The Brother FS250. Let's talk the Brother FS250. So I've got a personal opinion here, but I know a lot of you feel the same way. This is the best value machine Sewing Street sell. In my opinion, this is the best value. This is the most stitches, the most feet, the most extras, the greatest warranty at that price. It's unbelievable. Absolutely fantastic price. You get 250 built-in stitches. These are all your utility stitches, stretch stitches, satin stitches. You've got patchwork and quilting stitches there as well, including your 1/4-inch stitch, your hand-look quilting stitch, and your blanket stitches for applique. You've got 8 different automatic one-step buttonholes. Now, on top of that, you've got 3 full alphabets. You've got a block capital, an outline capital, and a cursive or joined up capital, numbers, punctuation, European accented letters as well. You've also got the most comprehensive foot package I've ever seen. Now, this didn't happen by accident. You get all of your regular feet that you'd expect. So things like your utility foot, your zigzag foot, your monogramming, your button fitting, your blind stitch, your overcasting, your buttonhole, and your zipper foot. So those are all pretty standard feet, although I have to say the button fitting foot is by no means universal on sewing machines as a standard foot, but you do get that. But what really sets this machine apart, it makes it the maker's edition, is the fact that you get these extra feet. So I worked with Brother directly and said, look, the perfect package for me as a maker would be a walking foot, a darning foot or free motion quilting foot, and the bag maker in me wanted a Teflon or non-stick foot for sewing things like vinyl, oilcloth, sticky fabrics, leather, pleather, things like that. And then I thought, you know what, as I'm asking, and everyone's being so nice and saying yes, I'll ask for the dressmakers, is there any chance we could have a concealed zipper foot thrown in as well? And they said, yes, why not? So that, brilliant. Now, then Brother made a little bit of a mistake. When they were packaging the new Maker's Edition, they accidentally left 2 feet in the box. They left a sliding zipper and piping foot and a rolled hem foot in the box. And they've said, we'll honour that. We'll leave those in the box. So you get 2 feet that you were never supposed to get as well on top. So it's absolutely amazing. $7.99? $7.99? I don't think so. Our price is very special. And this wasn't just a pre-Christmas price. This is our price today, £399. Now, as if all of that wasn't enough, you get a hard case for the machine. You also get an extension table. An extension table on its own is £50. The extra value that you get is unbelievable. And as I say, I think for the money, there's no other machine that we do that comes close in terms of value. Absolutely amazing. If you're planning a new year of quilting, dressmaking, home decor, soft furnishing, new hobbies maybe, or you just want a machine that's really going to grow with you, then grab yourself an FS250. Now, if you look on Brother's own website, they're not even at $7.99. Look, they're at £849 for this machine. or under £400 from us. The reviews for this machine are amazing. And we've had a few incarnations of the Brother FS250. We had a fashion edition that had lots of dressmaking feet. But for me, this is the best package as an all-rounder, a maker's edition. That walking foot, everybody needs a walking foot. If you were buying that on its own, £40 extra to fork out. It is no extra money, it's included. Your darning or free motion foot, pretty much every quilter wants that. Applique, free motion stitching, embroidery, you need it. £17.49 for that. No extra money, it's included. Your non-stick or Teflon foot, about £15 for one of those. Same with the concealed zipper foot. Now, no sewing machine comes with a concealed zipper foot. I can't find one. I've never seen one with one included. The only reason why this includes one is because I asked, could we have a concealed... Because, and I'll tell you why it was, because the question I get asked often from dressmakers about a machine that I'm showing on air is, can I buy a concealed zipper foot for it? Is one made? Everyone expects to have to buy it separately. And I just thought, if we could put one foot in here that would really tick boxes for dressmakers, what would it be? And I thought, I think the concealed zipper foot. Adam Brooks was here a few days ago and he said to me, you know, really, to successfully put an invisible zip in, you need an invisible zip foot. You can sort of bodge it with a zipper foot, but it's not the same. You really need that special foot, and you get it included, no extra money. I think the fact that you're also getting the rolled hem foot and the adjustable piping and zipper foot included by accident. I'll show you those feet, actually. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. So they are these 2 feet here. I'll just show you. So there's the rolled hem foot. Okay, so that's lovely if you're working with fine fabrics or you want to make napkins with a really narrow hem. Lovely. And then your adjustable zipper foot. So this bit looks like a regular zipper foot, but it's on a slidey. So you can slide that right out. So if you're doing piping in particular, normally you've only got like position here, and very possibly in the middle. Whereas with this, you can really adjust it so that the needle is right up against the piping or the zip. It's just lovely to have those as extras. Stuart, I love the FS250, says Annette in Gwent. I was bought mine as a gift, and my sewing has grown. So has my confidence. It's a brilliant machine, thank you. That makes me really happy, actually, Annette, because my one golden piece of advice when you're buying a sewing machine is buy a sewing machine for the sewer you want to be. So all of us start off like we don't really know what we want to do, you know. And what does a sewing machine do? Well, it does a straight stitch, doesn't it? We don't really know what we're looking for. If you've got a bit more experience, you might know what you're looking for. But you might be a dressmaker now, but in 2 years' time or in a month's time, you might see a quilt pattern and think, I want to do quilting. Do you have to go out and buy a new sewing machine? No. No. You really don't. You really don't. This machine can do it all. It's got all your dressmaking stitches, including things like stretch. Let me show you. Here on the front, okay, here on the front, you've got all of, well, this is your first 100 stitches, and then 150 more. Right, so on here, you've got things like your straight stitches, different needle position, your triple stitch. This is lovely for top stitching, but it's also a good stitch to use as a straight stitch. You've got your lightning stitch, zigzags or a triple zigzag, again, great for stretch fabrics. You've got your over edge stitches. You're going to use this with your overcasting foot to create an overlocked like edge, okay? You've also got your blind hem and your stretch blind hem. You've got some blanket stitches here, great for patchwork and applique. You've got some faggoting and heirloom stitches here, beautiful effects using those. If you're not sure what those are, the manual that comes with your Brother FS250 is fabulous. It's like a sewing manual for everybody. I challenge you, even if you're a really experienced sewer, I challenge you to read that manual and not learn loads of good stuff you didn't already know. It's a brilliant manual. Love, love, love the serpentine stitch. This is such a cool stitch. Susie used it earlier on for top stitching her bag handles. Deputy Joan loves using this to do a machine binding on quilts. It's a gorgeous quilting stitch as well to use with a walking foot when you don't just want to do straight lines. So much there. You've got your buttonholes, 8 of them. You've got some patchwork and quilting stitches here. Look, you've got your 1/4 inch stitch, needle to the right or left. You've got your mock hand quilting stitch, zigzag, blanket stitches for applique, even a little quilting stitch there. And then look at all the decorative stitches you have. There's so many to play with. Different satin stitches, different decorative stitches, mirror image stitches as well. And then, if we look at the top of the machine, you'll see the alphabets. So I can't believe that on top of all of that, you get 3 alphabets. And they're so easy to use. Do you see this little green light here? This tells me I'm on stitches at the moment, like utility stitches. And I'm in block 1, the first screen on the front of my machine, all that first 100. If I press that again, I'm now on the second screen, okay? If I press it again, I'm on the third screen, that's the lower stitches. And then, if I press it one more time, I go back to 1, of course. But here, A, alphabet. If I press that, now I'm in alphabet 1, that's block capitals. Alphabet 2, that's cursive. Alphabet 3, that's outline. Now, I just want to show you really quickly, this has already got something programmed in. I know that because it's got 9 letters in a row. I'd stitch it out, but I've no idea what I'd be stitching, so I'm not going to take the risk. To get rid of them, you just go minus, 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 minus. If you wanted to take out a few letters, you can just take out as many as you need. And then literally, to put something in, you've got 50 characters to play with. All you do, let's put in a nice easy name. Let's put Adam, okay? A for Adam. So stitch 1. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. 0, 1 is my first stitch, add. So that's stitch number 1 in a sequence of 1. D is 0, 4. 0, 4, add. I've now got 2 letters. A, 0, 1. And M is 13. That's it, Adam. If you wanted a space, you've got a space. If you want a comma, a question mark, you've got them. You can play with up to 50 different letters and spaces. So if you wanted to create things like quilt labels or name tapes or personalised napkins, you can do all of that. Hi, Stuart. I love the FS250. The first quilt in the making as we speak. I learn bits on Sewing Street as I go along. Jamie, that's just brilliant news. It's perfect. And as you learn, as you develop, the really great thing about this machine is your machine's ready. You want to do a buttonhole? It's got them. It's got 8. You want to do some lettering? You don't have to buy another machine. It's got them. You want to do some hand-look quilting? You need a walking foot to make curtains. You want to do some free motion quilting? You've got all of those things. The value is amazing. £40, £17.49, about 15, about another 15. That's getting on for £100 worth. Then you've got those 2 feet that are there by mistake. That's another £30. You've got your extension table. That's 50. A hard case. All this stuff is just amazing. You've got your accessory box on the front, okay, for keeping your feet in, sweeties or bobbins, whatever you like. You've got your free arm, of course, for when you're doing things like bag making or dressmaking. You've also got your feed dog button so you can drop the feed dogs. It's really got it all. And in this position, you would slide on the extension table and then you've got that extended workspace as well. Absolutely fantastic. Remember, that is included. You could be paying £849 for this machine if you went direct to brother. If you buy it tomorrow from Sewing Street, you'll pay £799. If you buy it today with this price drop, you'll pay £399. And it really is going to take your sewing to the next level and the level after that as well. It's a lovely portable machine. It's got a decent weight to it for when you're sewing. It's not going to rattle around or threaten to take off. But equally, it is a portable sewing machine. You can take this to classes and workshops really quite easily. If it's a bit heavy for you, consider getting yourself a pull-along trolley. We had them on the first hour. We've still got a couple available, I think. Throat space, by the way, we're looking at approximately a 6-inch space in terms of width and height. Not quite, I think, maybe 5-inch in height. Let me grab a ruler. Oh, in fact, I've got a tape measure. I'll measure it properly. It's a good space, actually. It really is. So you've got just about 6 inches of throat space this way. Height-wise, I think it's going to be more like 4.5. It's 4. It's 4. Your height of 4. Really good space there for getting your quilt through. We were talking earlier on about the Mansfield Park gate quilt. You could easily make that start to finish on this machine and include decorative stitches, quilting, all of your piecing, of course. Even some applique if you wanted to. And then when you want to make the label for the back, you've even got your alphabet to create your label. I can't think of another machine. There isn't another machine that I'm aware of at this price that would do all of that. Now, split pays. The split pay is awesome, isn't it? £133 to get it home. I think that's pretty exceptional. Pretty exceptional at £133, your first split pay. If you want to do things like twin needlework, by the way, you have the extra spool pin. So that just goes there on your bobbin. This is where you wind your bobbin, but you also put your second reel of thread there. And then you thread them both through the same thread path. You get a twin needle included. You even get your twin needle. You can't use your needle threader on a twin needle, by the way, because it only threads what, it would get confused. It wouldn't know what to do. So you have to manually thread those. That's the same. There isn't a sewing machine that will thread twin needles. Doesn't matter what you pay. And it's just it's a fab machine. For me, this is the easiest needle threader. I'll show you the threading path and then I'll thread it. I don't even have to put my specs on. I'll show you. So look, to thread it, you follow the path. It's all numbered. Okay. And then when you get to the last bit, I like to put the presser foot down for the last bit. Let's just move the bobbin thread out of the way. So I put my presser foot down. I bring this lever down and catch the thread. And that is it. That is it. It's threaded. How easy was that? Really easy. And just to show you the bobbin threading, because that is also super easy. So you wind your bobbin, and then you want it like a letter P. So if you imagine the tail of the P hanging off the left-hand side, pop it in, and then there's a little path. It's even got an arrow for you to follow, and a thread cutter here. So cut your thread, replace the cover, and click it into place, and you're ready to sew. Now, the only time when I don't do that is if I'm quilting, especially if I'm free motion quilting. So what I'll do is I'll take it through the thread path to this point, but I'll leave a tail. Then I will do needle down, needle up, and I will pull my bobbin thread to the surface so that I've got long tails, okay? And then with those long tails in place, oh, I've got a big loop. There we go. With those long tails in place, I'll then put the top in. And then, because I actually want to bring the bobbin thread to the surface of my quilt before I start quilting. So that's the only time I don't use that little cutter there. But that's just a little top tip from me. Absolutely brilliant machine. Now, I've also got a brilliant budget machine. Now, this is what's called a manual sewing machine. A manual sewing machine. So this is not computerized. This is a mechanical sewing machine. Now, you can see here, you've still got 25 stitches. You've got your buttonhole. It's got one buttonhole on it, and it's a 4-step buttonhole. All sewing machines were 4-step buttonholes. 1-step buttonhole is a recent innovation. You sew one side, you sew the top and bottom, you sew the other side. Still makes a great buttonhole. You've got your utility stitches, stretch stitches. You've got your blind hem. You've got stitches that you can use for finishing the edge. You've got a few decorative stitches there as well. You've got your triple stitch. You've got a nice feather stitch there as well. So some good decorative stitches, some good basic stitches. You've also got your reverse stitch. So if you want to sew backwards to reinforce, you hold the lever down and it will reverse, and then you let go and it'll sew in the normal direction. Very easy to use, very, very straightforward. And the price is going to drop from £179.99 down to £139.99. Now, this is still a brother. You get a fabulous 2-year warranty. You're saving £40. Is 2-year warranty, yeah? 3-year. Is it now? Fantastic. 3-year warranty. You've still got that top-loading bobbin, okay? Your bobbin goes here in the top, so you can still see what you're doing, see what colour you're working with, okay? No automatic needle threader on this one. It's manual threading, but what an amazing price. Your split pays are incredible. £46.66, 3 split pays. To have a split pay well under £50. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, do we have a price comparison? We do, we do. Here we go, £190. And I'd say that was a very good price. You know, brother technology, brother innovation, brother experience as well. You know, it's one of those things. I'm just looking for my tape measure. I put it down somewhere. Don't know what I've done with it now. Sorry, I'm looking at... I did only just have it. Oh, here it is. I've got it. Now, I just wanted to show you that your throat space here is actually 6 inches by 4 inches. So your throat space on your RL425 is actually the same as your FS250. If you have a more limited budget for your sewing machine, if this is your budget, get as much for your budget as you can. First and foremost is go for quality. So you've got a quality machine here. It's a brother. You still get all the same support, the same customer helpline, a brilliant manual, but at that budget price of under £140. Get it home for £46.66. That is fantastic, isn't it? Really, really keen price. If you've got someone in your family, maybe it's you, who wants to start sewing and dressmaking, great first machine. Now, let's have a little break from sewing machines. I have got some fabrics. Oh, actually, quickly before we do that, can I just mention bobbins? So I meant to mention this earlier on, Brother bobbins. If you've got your Brother FS250, your RL425, whatever you're going for, if you've got a Brother embroidery machine, get yourself a pack of bobbins while we've got them. They're £10.99 for 10. You've got 10 bobbins and bobbin cases that go around that keep them kind of safe and secure. Don't use these in an Elna or a Benin or any other machine. Bobbins are not universal. There's no such thing as a universal bobbin. You really should use the brand-specific bobbins. And, you know, they are a really good price. £10.99 for 10 is an excellent price. I've never got enough bobbins. That little case that you put round them keeps the threads secure. It also means you can link them together so they're not rolling around. You won't lose them and they don't get tangled. Very useful. Right. Now, I've got some Riley Blake charm packs and they have been going wild. We've been doing lots of lovely Riley Blake. Should we do honeybees? Honeybees and flowers, please. Over half the stock has gone on pre-order. How cute are these fabrics? You've got the honeycombs. You've got sunflowers, of course. Bees love them. You've got that lovely print with the words on. The colour palette's gorgeous, isn't it? You get 42 5-inch squares for £16.99. The picture on the web shows just samples of the fabric, just so that you can see the kind of fabrics. This is your charm pack, 5-inch squares. They all have a little crinkle cut edge. So that's honeybees and flowers, please. Now I've also got a walk on the prairie. Oh, that's a bit of me. I like that very much. That's lovely. Love these ticking stripes and the little florals. Polka dots, checks. I love the diagonal plaid. Isn't that beautiful? And I love that palette of raspberry, red, soft pink and grey. Very nice. And that actually would be very nice to make something that was a little bit kind of Valentine-y without being all out Valentine-y. Okay, I've also got a is it Free Spirit? Is Ruby Star Free Spirit? Are they? Oh, okay. This is Ruby Star Society. This is called First Light. It's called First Light. I'm just going to slide that down a little bit so I can show you. Lovely contemporary designs. Oh, that's cute. Blouses. Actually, quite a nice midpoint between very traditional and very modern. Quite a nice midpoint. We're doing a little price crash. $14.99 for this. Oh, that's lovely. I like that. I've used quite a bit of Ruby Star Society fabrics in my next book. I used charm packs, actually. I bought a few Ruby Star Society charm packs in advance of writing the book. And then, oh goodness, I had so much fun making patchwork to then create bags from. So you don't have to use these just as they are. You can cut them up. You can applique with them. How cute are these? Lovely palette too. Golds, oranges, this warm tan cream, the grey, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, a few black prints. Yes. Ooh, look at that rose gold print. Hello. Ooh, now that is fab. Wow, where's this been all my life? Yes, please. Yes, please. Should have been $18.99, that. Very nice. Now, I'm very excited about this little quilt kit. This is adorable. I'm going to unpack this. This was shown on Christmas, wasn't it? At Christmas. This is a bit of a mashup between Tim Holtz and Seth Apter. So if you love Tim Holtz, you'll absolutely love this. So you've got fat quarters. Okay. Look at that. It's like Tim Holtz, but it's not Tim Holtz. It's Seth Apter. And you can tell there's a very distinct difference. But if you've got lots of Tim Holtz fabrics in your stash, which I have, they would blend together beautifully. Now again, with the new book, I've used loads of Tim Holtz fabrics. There is a bit of Tim Holtz in here because look, you've got your worn croc there. These are lovely. So you get, how many fat quarters do you get? Loads. Well, I'm going to get them all out, so I'll count them. And what you get as well is you get a pattern with this that has 4 different quilt patterns. You can make any of the 4, one of the 4. 12. You get 12 fat quarters and you get your pattern. Now, $99.99 is not the price we're staying at. Oof. That's nice. That's nice. That's £30 off. $59.99. That is absolutely gorgeous. Now. Oh. Hi. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is too hot a deal not to mention. This has been absolutely flying out the building today. And if you don't know why, well, our usual price is $164.99, which is the best price around, except it isn't today, because the best price around is $129.99, today only on Sewing Street. Now, I'm approaching double figures left of my stock. How many in baskets, Hannah? Oh, wow, okay. Let me tell you, if everyone checks out their baskets, I've got 50 of these left. 50 left. That is a fraction of what we started with, and definitely a tiny proportion compared with how many of people have got it in their baskets. If you want to get it today for the best price ever, or if you want to pay $192.99 on Amazon, I mean, you could, but I really don't want you to. I don't even want you to pay $164.99 for this iron tomorrow. I want you to get it for $129.99. We've never dropped the price before. We've never felt the need to. There was no need to today, except we knew we were going to make a lot of people very happy. And we have. And we have. It's a thank you from the boss, because we do really appreciate your company, your loyalty, your custom, and spending your precious Twixtmas time with us. $129.99 today. If that's in your basket, do check it out. I don't want it to disappear while you're making a cup of tea, but that will happen at some point. Gosh, what a lovely morning it's been. Thank you for spending it with us. Here's how tomorrow is looking. I'm back in at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Hope you'll join me. We're starting off with an hour of lighting and tools. Let's shed a little light on the matter. At 9 o'clock, the fabulous Emma Bradford is here with the Kitty Cats quilt. I'm a cat person. Are you? At 10 o'clock, we've got fabulous fabrics. At 11, Emma Bradford is back with something I've been hoping for a while, the temperature quilt. Smashing project this. At 12, we've got bag making essentials. Are you going to do more bag making in 2025? I can't believe I've just said that, 2025. It's not far away. Now, you don't need to go anywhere, because in just a few short moments, I'll be handing over the reins to hobby maker It's a fabulous afternoon on Hobby Maker, so stick around. Or if not, I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Till then, take care of yourselves.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobby Maker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobby Maker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips